subscribe. Subscribe to my guy, Uncle D. Tell him Big Bass sent you.
Spurling. I'm an attorney here in Houston, Texas, an advocate for black men, largely because I am a black man. I'm a black father, I have black sons. Hey man, I do what I do.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the broadcast. I hope everybody's having a good time. I hope you had a great weekend. I would like to give a shout out to Mr. 43TX. Welcome to the broadcast. Is Dennis Spurling, and I'm here to share with you all a bit of wisdom, and hopefully we learn something. My only requirement is that you hit that like button. I am about 92,000 subscribers, so 50 people watching the broadcast right now. Hit the subscribe button. I can get there. Okay, and I'll be appreciative of that. That would be awesome. I think it's a long time, and I think I'm overdue, but it's whatever. Happy to work hard for you guys, give you guys good high quality broadcasts, and I appreciate the time you spend with me. And we'll keep doing what we do, but please hit that subscribe button. I would appreciate it if you'd hit the subscribe button now, and also if you'd hit the like button at some point when you see something you like. Okay, isn't that a good deal? Low stress in here tonight. But well, like I said, welcome everybody, and this is Dennis Spurling. And let me just start off by just go ahead and hit y'all in the throat. Black Americans, we're suckers. We are the suckers of the diaspora. We're always willing to open our hearts and our homes and our finances and our wallets, our communities, our culture to Black immigrants from all over the world. Really, we open it up to everybody. Even when we share nothing in common except our skin color, different cultures, different worldviews, different religions, we still try to unite on race alone. And that's how Black Americans are built. But what I've learned over time is that a lot of these people have tethered themselves to the Black American community and have taken advantage of it. They've been disrespectful. They've been openly hostile towards Black Americans. And we are finally having to wake up to a hard truth that a lot of these people do not like us. Now that's shocking to us because here in the United States, we don't operate on tribalism. We are a people who have lived for hundreds of years inside a dominant society that has been openly hostile to us because of our race. Because of that, we don't have the luxury of dividing ourselves by skin color, skin tone, religion, nationality, or tribe. We are one people. And that's how Black Americans bond. That's our perspective. But many of the people coming here from other countries, they come from different histories. And when they arrive, they want to maintain their identity. They want to maintain their own culture and their own story. And that's fine. We don't have a problem with that. We're okay with that. Okay, we're not okay with people coming into our country benefiting from generations of struggle and sacrifice and then turning around and talking badly about us. And when I say us, I'm talking about the American Negro. I'm talking about freedmen. I'm talking about Black Americans who can trace their heritage back to before 1865, back to before we had all these black immigrants who've come to this country. You see, the term commonly used now is foundational Black American or ADOS. I've heard the term salon people, but it denotes it's a denotation of a lineage of a group of people. We can go back to being called the American Negro. It's the same thing. But nevertheless, talking bad about us, that's where the line is drawn. So now Black Americans are doing something new. We're turning that cold shoulder in that we are delineating, we are separating ourselves from them. Now, the truth is, folks have already separated themselves from us. They already will tell you, oh, I'm not a Black American, I'm a Haitian. I'm not a Black American, I'm a Jamaican. I'm not a Black American, I'm a Ghanaian. I'm from Nigeria. So all we're doing is acknowledging the fact that they've already delineated from us. Now, recently, and I want to talk about what's going on in the news, Haitians and Somalis and other Africans who are losing their legal status or facing deportation have been calling on Black Americans for help. And many Black Americans have chosen not to respond. And I know some of us feel guilty about that, especially when it comes to Haitians who share the history of the transatlantic slave trade. But my hope is that by the time this broadcast is over, you'll understand why this reaction is normal. That big warm heart that defines Black Americans has had to be guarded because too many people try to take advantage of it. And once we walk through a little history and put everything into proper context, I think you'll have a much clearer understanding of why Black Americans feel the way we do right now. Now, temporary protected status, also known as TPS. Now, you're going to learn something tonight, as I say, and I hope that if you learn something, I should earn something. But we're gonna try to move through this quickly, okay? And of course, I want to acknowledge everybody in the chat room, but I want to keep this thing moving. Here's the thing. Temporary protected status, also known as TPS, for Haitians is ending. The Department of Homeland Security has officially said it to be terminated at 11:59 on February 3rd, 2026. Today is February 1st, 2026. And so TPS for Haitians is over. And that means the legal protection that allowed them to stay in this country, to work, to buy houses, to rent apartments, to start a family, which for some has been going on for nearly 10 years, it's over. You know, and they're going to have to leave the United States. Shout out to Mr. 43TX. Thank you for being the first person to contribute to the super chat. You're the first person to learn something. I guess you didn't know what TPS was. All right, I'm doing my job. I'm on it, baby. But let me get back to what I'm saying. So the thing is, this is a major change from previous administrations, which kept extending TPS over and over again. TPS is called temporary protected status because it's supposed to be temporary, right? It always was. It was created for emergencies, not forever. Okay, TPS protected status was never permanent. It was a humanitarian pause used because the country was in some sort of crisis. And when TPS ended, protections end, work authorizations end, and the deportation protection ends. And that's the deal. And once that clock runs out, people either find another lawful status, you know, you better marry that fat girl, you know, baby, you better marry yourself, you see? Otherwise, you got to go, you see? You got to get out of here. And here's the thing. Let's be honest with ourselves. When it comes to Haiti, Haiti right now, in my humble opinion, is a hellhole. Okay, and that's no disrespect. That's just reality. You've got Haitian gang members running the country. You've got a gang leader named Barbecue. People are being unalived left and right, kidnappings, executions. There's really no government, no safety, no order. It's terrible. It's a terrible situation. But here's the truth. That doesn't mean the United States has to absorb these Haitians forever. TPS was not for people who couldn't go back to their country. It's a temporary thing. Okay, you see. Now that the government says that emergency is over, whether we like it or not, that means they got to go, and you got to go. And now let me explain something to you. TPS is not citizenship. It never was. It's not asylum. It's not a permanent right to be here. It's permission to stay for a while because your home country is in a crisis. In other words, you can come stay on the couch. We have a pull-out bed. You can stay here for a minute, right? Get yourself together. Let things calm down at the house, and get yourself together. You can ease on back. All right. I'll even let you, borrow my car every now and then. I might have a part-time job for you, but at some point you got to go. And that's it. And so you got to understand, a lot of these people have been here for a long time. That alone tells you the program was never meant to last that long. They've been here too long. Now here's where people get uncomfortable. The truth is, most foundational Black Americans are not protesting this. And some of us feel guilty about that. But we shouldn't. Because we're not the only ones who don't want them there. Okay, there's other Caribbean countries that don't want Haitians there either, and I want y'all to let that sink in. Okay. So for all you Haitians and all you Caribbean folk out there, and all you Somalians, don't pretend like it's just Black Americans who are being cold and cruel. Everybody's saying the same thing, and that doesn't just apply to Haitian, it applies to immigration across the board. And let me say the quiet part out loud. A lot of these same immigrant groups have said some very ugly things about foundational Black Americans themselves. They said about our culture, about who we are, that they've openly said that they don't like us. They don't respect us. They distance themselves from us. Whenever they get a chance. So people ask, why aren't Black Americans showing up? Because normally we would. We always have. Historically, we always ride for Black. But you don't get to disrespect people and trash culture and say you're not like them and then expect them to save you when things go left. At this point, it's not even anger, it's indifference. We are, as they say, unbothered. You go your way, we'll go ours. And this is what it looks like when foundational Black Americans stop carrying everybody else's problems. No guilt, no shame, and no apologies necessary. And it's sad. In fact, as far as for them, it's dangerous because they no longer reap the benefit of our protection. And the truth is, it's tragic because it didn't have to be this way. But still, you got to go. And that's how we're starting today. All right. Now, here's the thing, family. As I said earlier, we're not the only ones. We're not the only group of Black people. We're not the only group of countries that don't want the Haitians. Okay. See, once TPS ends, a lot of Haitians, they're scrambling right now. They're trying to figure out where they're going to go before they get booted out, before ICE come around. You see? They might end up in El Salvador if they don't hurry up and get out of here. Somewhere in Ghana. And when you look at the map, really only two places can make sense for them to run to, Canada or the Caribbean. Now, Canada is the obvious choice for many, because it's bigger country. They have social programs, a history of taking migrants. Shout out to all the Canadians. Y'all want these Haitians? Where all the Canadians at? You guys want these Haitians here? Huh? I mean, it's the obvious choice. So a lot of Haitians are running north. And the other option would be the Caribbean countries. Same, same region. Y'all next to each other. Y'all could, throw up some smoke signals and, maybe have a party or something like that. Same climate, same part of the world. You think that would be a natural landing spot, but here's the problem. Those Caribbean countries don't want them either. And that's the part people are ignoring. So again, we're not talking about Americans being hostile. We're not talking about foundational Black Americans being cold-hearted. We're talking about regional reality. These countries are saying, we'll take other immigrants, but we don't want these Haitians. And it's not because of race. It's not because of skin color, but because of instability, spillover, and problems and crime concerns and economic strain that they bring with them. So now you got Haitians looking for anywhere to land before the deadline hits. And what they're finding out real quick is this: the doors are closing everywhere, which brings us back to the main point. If the United States doesn't want to keep them, if Canada is being overwhelmed, or if other Caribbean nations are saying no, then why is all the pressure being put on Black Americans to feel guilty? Why is our responsibility to carry this? The truth is, we're not the only ones drawing boundaries. We're not the only ones saying enough. We're not the only ones saying this can't be our problem forever. Everybody sees the same situation. Everybody is reacting the same way. The only difference is we're the only ones being shamed for saying it out loud, and that's not going to work anymore. Let me explain something to y'all. I want you to understand something. There's a lot of people that feel the same way about this situation. They don't want them in their country. And you got a group of people that's quick to blame everybody else for their tough situation. So, I took the opportunity to take a look at some of the videos that are out and about, and I want you all to tell me what you think. We don't have to, we can hear what the other folk are saying. I think that's fair. Do you guys think that's fair? Let's listen to see what the what the people are saying. Y'all hit the #1 button, and we're gonna get this thing moving along.
Now, almost everyone is saying they're Jamaican. Like, why lie, bro? If you're from Zimbabwe, say you're from Zimbabwe, bro. But it's getting out of hand now. Everybody's Haitian and Jamaican now. What's the obsession? Like, what's the obsession?
Okay, Haitian and Jamaican. All right, they look that close. Are they that similar? Let's keep listening.
It was not a utopia. It was just like any other society. There were tribal wars, slavery, and a lot of brutal acts done to other tribes as well. The richest man in history.
We're going to catch him another day. Let's keep listening. Let's see what else we got to go. We just got them all in alphabetical order. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and listen to what Black Americans have to say about this. Y'all hit the #1 button.
Won't stop, huh? Y'all won't let you. Y'all got the most misconceptions of shit that I have ever seen. Stop listening to white liberals. #1, we not slaves. What is all this shit? Wait till all of us go, then y'all gonna be who you think gonna be next? Nobody. After all you mother gone, all the problems is gone. We can deal with each other. We brothers and sisters. We can handle our own shit. We been doing it. Soon as you mother start coming over here, all the bullshit started. You understand? So when you go home, we gonna be straight. We're not going anywhere. You can't deport a mother to Dade County. You can't deport nobody to Detroit. We Americans, dummy. We're Americans. We're not going anywhere.
That's real. Shout out to Urban Eagle. Let's see what else somebody else has to say. Y'all hit the #1 button. I'm gonna try to keep it family friendly, but this is a very passionate conversation for a lot of people. People have a lot to say about this conversation, so I'm gonna just do my best to keep it as PG-13 as I can. Hit the #1 button.
Why y'all can't go home?
Ooh, go home.
Y'all hate y'all people that bad? Y'all hate y'all own people that bad where y'all don't even want to return back to your own nation?
It's not just their people. They hate their people, their country. I've never heard of anybody that loves their country so much that they don't want to go back to it. I mean, if you meet these people that are swept down, they have not assimilated. They refer to themselves as Haitian, you know, or Somalian or Mexican or whatever, but they don't want to go home, but they're so patriotic to their country. Let's keep listening.
That's how much you hate your people. You left your people to come here because somebody done promised you some shit. Now think about that for a minute. You done came here and you made this land your land, and you done set up all your motherfucking temples. You done set up all your ideas, and you done made yourself comfortable here. But why can't you go back home?
Yes, go home.
So we sitting up here gotta argue with y'all about who the indigenous people is when you motherfuckers is foreigners. Y'all don't even got no play in this motherfucking conversation, but y'all want to sit up here and talk. Take your bitch ass home and talk at your bitch ass house on your bitch ass land that you come from, that you ran from.
Family friendly, family friendly, family friendly.
Obviously.
Mm-hmm.
End of discussion, ain't it? Shalom.
Yeah. Yes, so you got a lot of Black Americans, Solon people, American Negro, very vocal about our desire to have folk in. Let's go ahead and let you hear this attorney lady here. Hit the number 1 button. Let's keep
TPS
listening.
for Haiti real quick. As of February 3rd of 2026, in like a few weeks, right? TPS is supposed to end for Haiti. However, it is tied up in the court system. There's a lot of legal action, a lot of lawsuits regarding it. You know, the courts are saying that, you know, it might not have been proper procedure for Kristi Noem to terminate it at this time, et cetera, et cetera. Anyways, if you are a Haitian foreign national here in the United States and you have TPS, now is the time to figure out if you have other options and ways to stay. In
Somebody type, where you gonna go in the chat room?
case it comes back where, yes, they're going to say that it is okay and February 3rd is the date. I really don't think it's going to be that fast, but at this juncture, you need to figure out what your other options are. So please reach out to an immigration attorney. If they have a consult fee, pay the consultation fee
pay the money.
And get screened for other options regarding staying, you know, immigration benefits to stay in the United States in case your TPS is terminated in the next month or so.
And see, here's the thing. Here's what I want y'all to understand. They have changed the rules up that if you stay past the time period, they are charging almost $1,000 a day for overstaying your visa. I mean, overstaying your stay. So that means that, let's say today is the first. If they stay past 11:59, okay, if they stay past 11:59 on February 3rd, $1,000. Boom. That's what it is. This is gonna be Monday night, Tuesday night. You pack. If you wake up Wednesday morning, you owe America $1,000. Thursday morning, $2,000. You stay here until Sunday, you gonna owe us $7,000. We gonna start collecting houses and cars. This is what's going on. They literally put an economic incentive to get people up out of here. Can you imagine that? Look at that. It's not just now staying past the time period costs $1,000 a day. And I think they're trying to hit it with a hot five racks. I'm just saying, people are gonna lose. You're gonna lose your houses, your cars, your bank accounts. Y'all better get on up out of here. Let's listen to some other people talk. Hit the number 1 button.
Out there, listen up. Trump decided li leve matin, li décidé, comme ça, pas get TPS encore. There will be no more TPS, temporary protected status, starting, commencer, February 3, okay?
That means February 2nd. I understand that part. I understand, but it's really February 3rd. But go ahead, miss.
February 3rd, okay?
Yes,
no more TPS, which I might add affects over 250,000 Haitians. Affects a lot of them. Because a lot of y'all are here on TPS, pop them TPS okay?
Where they gonna go? Where you gonna put all them people? That's a lot of people. Where are you gonna put them people? Where they gonna go? I want everybody, where are all my Jamaican people? We need you all Since we took Nicki Minaj, we need y'all to take these 250,000 Haitians down in Trinidad. Where's Trinidad here? Is Trinidad on the page? I need to know if Trinidad, somebody, all the people from Trinidad, I need you to take this 250,000 Haitians that we have here. Since we took Nicki Minaj, y'all can take these Haitians that we had on TPS. Perhaps maybe we can send them, there's some other people, we can send them to Greenland. Somebody's saying Greenland. We can send the Haitians to Greenland. Okay, that's an option. I mean, because that's an island, but you know, it's a little cold up there. Let's keep listening.
And pour tout Haitian qui get green card la main, everybody that has a green card in their hand. Trump is now looking at your green card file and picking and choosing in Voyo Haiti. They picking and choosing who they're gonna send back, okay? So for all my green card residents, what passe Trump pa ka fel, Trump leve la fe salve, ou tout met just à la paye ou, à dépio, point avant.
That's how they know you from Haiti, baby. You can't be around here speaking that on the internet. That's how they know you. They're gonna show up at your house. You gotta talk like you from Alabama. How you doing? All right, yep. You can't talk like that. They know you not from around here. I know these people. Okay, you gotta be careful. You gotta be clandestine with that. All right, I'm gonna let you finish though. I'm gonna let you finish. You're very exciting.
Parce que si ou pas prend avion et parlant avion y mettre pour déporter mettre Haïti non et tout yo parle tout yo pont oui et vrai oui pas caca non et vrai tout le monde ça ice ski prend yo pas retourner non même famille yo pas ka créer yo sous téléphone non non ça c'est bagay sérieux.
I don't know what she's saying. I don't know what.
Yeah, we prend sérieux oui.
Yeah, I understood yes or something like that. But let's keep. She was very excited about what she was saying. Let's keep listening. Hit the number one button.
Kiss our ass. I'm gonna explain something to you.
Yeah. You just out the box with the cuss words. Family
Trump
friendly.
is ending TPS. 350,000 Haitians are being told they need to leave the United States by February. Right now, there are certain countries that are in CARICOM. That is a union of different Caribbean countries. There are certain countries in CARICOM that are allowing people whose TPS status is ending to come to their country as opposed to repatriating. Right?
Great. So there's countries in the Caribbean that are allowing immigrants who are on TPS to come to their countries. That's amazing. See how, man, we've solved this problem. We've solved this problem. All we have to do is we have to just let our Haitian friends know who are here on TPS that there are Caribbean countries that will allow them to come. Okay. And that is amazing. Isn't that beautiful? It's just amazing. I'm so happy that we were able to resolve this issue so quickly. I mean, we don't even need to finish the rest of the broadcast. What we'll do is we'll listen to him and let him tell us what countries, because I mean, if they're accepting Caribbean, accepting immigrants, Haitians are immigrants. So let's let him solve the problem for us. You guys make sure you write down the countries that will accept the Haitians, and then we'll do another broadcast and we'll get the word out. Okay. All right. Please, sir, please finish telling us the name of the countries that are going to accept. You said the immigrants will be accepted who are being kicked out of the U.S. Give us the list of countries that will accept our Haitian brethren.
Right? But they said no Haitians allowed. We don't.
What? I'm sorry. Did you say what? Say that again.
Need you. We have no benefit from being in unison with you. And let's just roll back the hands of time when we got our independence while all you motherfuckers were still under colonial power. When we got up off our ass and defeated the greatest.
I'm sorry. Did he say that they said no Haitians? Did he say that? He said no Haitians? Is that what he said? Or did he say no patience? He said no Haitians or no patience? I thought, and then he started talking about, I guess he was talking about the Haitian Revolution. I'm confused. I thought you said immigrants who are being removed from the Americas, the United States, will be able to seek refuge in these Caribbean countries under CARICOM. And then you said no Haitians. No, I don't know. Let's keep listening.
Military general in history. When we did that, our goal to go forward from there was the liberation of all the neighboring islands and countries. And this is the motherfucking thanks we get. The United States of America didn't have independence 30 years before we got ours. And we didn't ask nobody for it. We didn't need nobody.
You said the United States of America didn't have independence 30. I'm sorry, sir. I mean, I believe that we got our independence in 1776. In your country, Haiti, I'm assuming you're a Haitian, but you live in America. You have a Knicks hat on. Is New York Knicks? Are you in New York? Or are you in Haiti? When you say our country, are you referring to the United States of America? Or are you referring to Haiti? Because I'm an American, okay? But I'm gonna let you finish speaking, sir.
We don't need nobody now, right? Don't look for anybody else but God to help us. We done contributed more to this world than all the majority of you motherfucking other islands who over here don't want to help us out combined.
Oh my goodness, it sounds like they got a little beef, a little island beef. Somebody type island beef in the chat room. Sounds like these folks don't get along the way we. Let's keep. Maybe someone else can shed some.
Haitian. That is wrong. There's actual history behind this that just has not been told right.
We have an Indian,
Spanish, Spaniard.
yeah, black.
and black.
Okay, I'm gonna let that ride. We'll find somebody else here to keep talking to us. I want to hear more about this. These islands, this beef that they have going on.
Y'all don't have to worry about me. Y'all do not have to worry about me. The St. Kitts has entered the chat. They agreed to take U.S. migrants, but no Haitians allowed.
Damn.
Prime Minister
Somebody type "no Haitians allowed" in the chat
Drew
room.
said
Damn.
that his government has agreed to accept a very small number of third country nationals from the U.S. as long as they are citizens of the 15-member Caribbean community known as CARICOM and are not sexual predators, have no violent backgrounds, and are not Haitians. They agreed to take U.S. migrants, but
I mean,
have no violent backgrounds and are not Haitians.
Not Haitians. Somebody type "not Haitians" in the chat room. You got 15 other island residents, citizens you'll take, but no Haitians. What's going on? Y'all don't like each other? I thought we were the only. I thought us Black Americans were the only ones that was xenophobic and didn't like other folks. Somebody type xenophobic, and what happened to Pan-Africanism? Where'd that go? So you all are specifically you got 15 countries that you'll deal with, and no Haitians. Everybody's excluding the Haitians, really? Did we miss something? Because see, again, like I said, Black Americans, we believe in black first. You see, that's kind of where we are, black first, not nationality, not religion. You see, and you all don't like that part of y'all don't like our culture. You see what I'm saying? So I guess you wouldn't like that part of our culture either. Since our culture is, we don't have one, but that is part of our culture, that we accept all blackness under one umbrella. Remember, we don't have a culture, right? This is you all's, what are they? This is their superior culture. Let's listen to some more about this superior culture.
A country with a population of about 46,000 people has publicly confirmed the exclusion of Haitians, reviving long-standing questions about Haiti's place within CARICOM. Honestly, this hurts my feelings so much I could cry. Because I really want to know, what the fuck did Haiti do to y'all? Like, quickly, what did we do? What did we do? Without Haiti, none of y'all would be free. That is mind-boggling.
None of us would be free? You said none of us would be free? If it wasn't for Haiti, none of us, we wouldn't have eventually fought it out on our own, you saying? Is that what you're saying? None of the Caribbean islands would have been free? Damn. Well, I guess, I guess we'll keep listening, because I don't understand why all these countries doesn't like, but it's all of them, though. That's a lot of them. Like, if all of them are saying they don't want Haitians, what is that saying? If all of them are saying that? Help me understand. If you got all these people, and we don't do this. Like, most Black Americans couldn't pick out one island from another. They didn't know if there was Dominica, Dominican Republic. I'm learning about new Caribbean islands every day. And y'all usually get 2 in 1. You got Turks and Caicos. You got, you got Trinidad and Tobago. Like, I feel like y'all should just pick an island and let that be a country, but y'all have 2 islands. Okay, but then let's keep going.
To be excluded from the Caribbean. Why? The Haitian hate is insane to me in the Caribbean. The exclusion is insane to me as well. And again, learn y'all history. Without Haiti, none of you motherfuckers would be free.
Why we gotta be MFers? Because they don't, why we gotta be MFers? Why we got to be all these files? Somebody type family friendly in the chat room. Why do we have to be all these MFers, folks? I don't understand that. And it ain't you. But anyway, that's between y'all. Let's keep listening. Let's keep listening.
But we continuously get shitted on for no reason. This
Is it really for no reason if everybody doesn't like you? I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just gonna throw that out there. If all the people don't like you, all of them, all your little Caribbean neighbors, we already know the DR don't really, and that's your neighbor. They all like share a border. But all these other islands don't like you. What does that say? And then you come up here to the United States, and you have not been very friendly to foundational Black Americans. I'm sure there's some Black Americans down in Miami that have some choice words for their interactions with the Haitian people. I'm just saying, okay, maybe, you know, maybe you need to look in the mirror a little bit. I'm just saying, let's keep
year I
listening.
wanted to do a whole Caribbean tour. St. Kitts, I will not be going. And I don't think any other Haitian people should spend their hard-earned money on tourism there. They don't
need to be spending their money on anything. They need to stay where they are. They don't have money to spend. Okay? They don't have money to spend hard-earned money. Why don't y'all vacation in Haiti? I mean, you love it so much. Why don't you go vacation down there? I'm just saying, get you a barbecue going. Somebody type barbecue. Haitian barbecue in the chat room.
Sexual predators, violent people, and Haitians in their country. Now, if you come to my page, you know my page is everything Caribbean related. I love being Caribbean, and I love showcasing other parts of Caribbean culture. I will let you know right now, you will not find anything St. Kitts related on this page besides this video. I wish every other Caribbean island was like St. Lucia, but we can only dream.
Y'all beefing with little island beef. Somebody type island beef in the chat room. Golly, that's terrible. That's terrible. So y'all putting each other out. Okay, let's see what else we got to go on. Let's take
to deport 350,000 Haitians by ending temporary protected status, claiming that Haiti's very safe to return to. There was a hearing this week in federal court to determine
it ain't safe. It ain't safe. It ain't safe. It ain't safe. It ain't safe for the Black or the white girl. It ain't safe for nobody. But let's continue.
whether Kristi Noem, head of Department of Homeland Security, ended TPS for Haiti lawfully. Now, temporary protected status exists for only one reason: to not return people to countries where it's dangerous. At the moment, based on everything we know, Haiti's run by gangs. President of Haiti was assassinated a while back. United Nations is calling Haiti a life and death emergency situation.
It's pretty dangerous down there. I think we all can agree it's pretty dangerous. Okay, I don't disagree with that, but it's people dangerous. It's not, you know, it's not hurricane dangerous. It's not civil war dangerous. It's like gang violence dangerous. Okay, I think, you know, and then, you know, Trump doesn't care because you're Black. You know, if y'all were Ukraine, you could come and stay, but Trump does not care at all. I'm just going to put that out there for you. He don't care about you. But, you know, y'all are better than us foundational Black Americans, us American Negroes. You all have that superior culture and heritage, and you speak multiple languages. And, you know, you, of course, you help free the entire Western Hemisphere. So I don't see why you can't get rid of a couple of gang members. But anyway, that's, you know, we'll deal with that, I guess, another day. Let's keep
Trump administration thinks it's a perfectly beautiful country to return to. But in court this week, a federal judge asked the Department of Homeland Security attorneys a very simple question: did you actually review the conditions in Haiti before ending temporary protected status? And the only evidence of any investigation in terms of the safety to return to Haiti done by Kristi Noem, head of Department of Homeland Security, was a one-sentence email from the State Department to the Department of Homeland Security saying State Department has no foreign policy concerns in Haiti. That's it. That was the entire investigation. After this hearing, the federal judge said she will be making a decision before February 2nd, when TPS is scheduled to end for Haiti. So let me tell you what the law says. When TPS, the Department of Homeland Security, has to do a good faith, evidence-based determination that it's safe to return Haitian immigrants to Haiti. I don't think the one-sentence email from the State Department...
I don't think they're returning them to Haiti. I think that they're returning them somewhere else. I think what happened was maybe Haiti's not safe, but they're trying to send them to other Caribbean islands. However, those Caribbean islands are said no Haitians. Okay, so this is what we want to get. Apparently there's no country that wants these fleeing Haitians. Okay, who've tethered themselves to you know, our country.
Satisfies those requirements. In fact, as far as I can tell from this hearing, there was no fact-based evidence no investigation, no determination by any expert that it's safe to return to Haiti. So the federal judge is going to make a decision before February 2nd, but based on the questioning, I'm anticipating that Haitian TPS will be extended for some period of time. Eventually, it'll make it up to the Supreme Court. Let me know what you think in the comments.
I think what they're doing is they're going to get around that and send them somewhere else. Y'all hit the #1, but let's keep listening to this these conversations that's being taking place here. Let's check out some more.
Americans are like stepbrothers and sisters at this point. We love each other sometimes.
We got somebody a little off the subject. We'll go back to somebody else. Y'all hit the #1 button if you can hear it clearly. Let's go.
Ending in February 2026 for over 350,000 Haitians. I want to paint a picture for you guys. My husband was deported November 6, 2025, along with 120 other men that were handcuffed and shackled on a charter flight for over 10 hours. The way they treated them was so inhumane that a Haitian official on that flight broke down and he had to step away. Just to paint the picture a little clearer, they didn't remove the handcuffs of a man who had to use the restroom. Number two, imagine being handcuffed to the front of your body and having to have a bowel movement. For anyone being deported to Haiti, you will land in Cap Haitian, Haiti, and then you will be processed. The process takes around 7 to 8 hours, I'm assuming, depending on how many other deportees come on your flight, after which you will be taken to the police station and then interviewed.
I mean, this is very sad. This is sad information. And, you know, I think Black America, we would normally jump out there and say, that ain't right, that's wrong. But, you know, remember, there's the same group of people that has said some really horrible things about Black America. Everybody in the chat room, just for posterity, say some of the things that these Black immigrants have said about us in the chat room. I want you all to repeat and tell the stories about your experiences with Black immigrants when they come to this country, because at this point they comprise anywhere from 20 to 25%. And lazy, right? That's what they say. You keep going. What else do they say? Work harder, right? We don't want to work. They come to this country and they outdo us. Remember they say stuff like that. Yeah, so they'll know. They'll know why we are apathetic and indifferent about this. Work harder. Somebody type work harder in the chat room.
That interview will determine if they need to do further investigations and keep you in the jail a little longer, or if you're able to call a relative to be released. Now here's the kicker. Not anyone can just pick you up. The person that picks you up must reside in Haiti and show proof of identification. I landed in Cap Haitian the same day my husband was deported, November 6th. And
basically what she's saying is she flew down there to meet her husband. They wouldn't let her pick him up. A relative had to pick him up. Let's keep going.
I landed around 11 a.m. I didn't get to see my husband until close to 10 p.m. that night. My husband didn't eat the entire process, nor did I. I was in a country where I didn't speak the language. My fears lessened the moment my husband was in my presence. However, that was only
it's telling of many Haitians who are going to be coming back because of the rampant deportations of Trump and what they can expect when they fly into Cap Haitian. And we hope those that are returning can contribute something positively, depending on the charges and what got them to come back, with a few folks who have been detained for
Now, some of these people were deported because they had criminal records now. Okay, so it's not like this is before the TPS. These TPS people kind of just came up here because they were having a hard time. Some of these folks being deported who are selling these sob stories, they conducting some activity that they shouldn't have here in the United States of America. Okay. So they're being deported and put on planes right after they with the orange jumpsuits on. So I just want y'all to keep that in mind before we start boo-hooing. I'm not accusing anybody of anything. I'm just saying it's a little activity. Somebody type PPP loan in the chat room. There's a lot of PPP loan deportations going on too. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. They got that money, they got that American money. Okay, and that was their last hurrah. Okay, somebody type whoop-dee-doo in the chat room.
Deportation. It doesn't take much. You can take a mistake related to a disagreement with a wife or a girlfriend that lands you.
You mean disagreement with a wife, or you mean you hit your old lady? That's what you saying? A disagreement? So you whooping on your old lady. That's called domestic violence, sir. That's a felony. That's what that's called, sir. So you up here fighting your old lady. Oh, okay. Well, you probably need to go home. You probably need to go on back to your superior culture if you're gonna be hitting women. Shout out to Sigma Rage. Somebody said blame the cats and dogs. I'm not about to sit up here and entertain that xenophobia from you, sir.
In handcuffs under a charge that is accelerated to domestic violence, and now
you can't, sir. You can't kind of water that down. That's serious business. You around here hitting people. You're hitting your old lady. Okay, you can't do that now. You got to go. You got to get on up out of here. Okay, you're gonna get you up out of here.
You're under, ICE custody. As a very famous, popular host, I won't necessarily repeat his name, but you should be aware of what I'm talking about, currently is experiencing as the time of this filming. It doesn't take much. Be careful.
Be careful. Okay.
Be on your best behavior for the next 2-3 years. Let's pray for our brothers and sisters right now.
He said they trying to wait out Trump. You don't know what's gonna happen. It might be another Republican in. You don't know what's gonna happen. All right, be the next. So you mean after the next 3 or 4 years, now you can go back to beating up folk and stealing PPP loans? Come on, man. Get out of here, man.
Now,
that's crazy.
Going through this, let's keep working for a better Haiti. So even when folks have to return, there's something for them. I'm in the comments.
Yeah. You should have been working on that for a while now. Let's keep going to the broadcast. Listen to some more people speak. Okay, let's check this out.
Black people think that their black is far superior than this black because they come from this region and not that region, and they come from this country and not that country. When you start doing—
Hold on a minute. Did you just say you hate when a group of black people think they're superior? You mean like they feel like they have a superior culture than another group of black people? Because it seems to me a lot of black people who come to the United States will profess that they have a superior culture to us poor American Negroes, us culturalists, black Americans. It seems to me like that's what you folks say about us all the time. I'm just saying, just good old folk from the country, us cotton pickers, us cottons and such. I mean, it just sounds to me like that's kind of what you all have said. But I'm gonna let you finish saying what you want to say. But we might have to keep this particular video for future references. You guys hit the subscribe button. I need 50 more people to get me to 92,000 subscribers. So I need you all. I need 52 people to subscribe to the channel right now. I need 52 people to hit the subscribe button right now. Matter of fact, if you have subscribed to the channel before, there's a good chance that you are not subscribed now because YouTube and I have had some disagreements in the past. So I need you all, if you have not subscribed to the channel, go ahead and subscribe to the channel if you want me to continue forth on my journey to 100,000 subscribers. Okay, so go ahead and do that for me right now. Take the time. I won't proceed until you give me what I need. Okay, I need y'all to hit. I need 52 people to get me to that magic number of 92,000. All right, so y'all go ahead and do that right now, and I certainly would appreciate it. Let me see where I'm at. Almost there. I just need another 10 people to subscribe to the channel, and I will be at 92,000. If you subscribing to the channel, go ahead and do that right now. Subscribe right now. Okay, do what you got to do. Subscribe right now. Don't fake me out. Okay, again, look. Okay, I need another 5 people to subscribe to the channel right now, and that'll get me to 92,000. Go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do it. I'm watching. I'm watching all y'all with all 4 of my eyes. Okay, go ahead and do that. Matter of fact, I'm gonna take this opportunity, take a little quick break. I want to introduce you to the person here who's a rising star on Dennis Spurling podcast, someone that you all may or may not know. And you guys make sure y'all give a hand clap. This is Baby D. Y'all give a big shout out to Baby D. Go ahead, take it, Baby D. 50s. They're not talking about the 1800s. And that matters because in the 1950s, as I said, those were not traditional times. In the long view of history, there was a post-war economic bubble and the correct way to frame it is simple. In the 1850s, marriage was moderate. It was about survival. In the 1950s, marriage was at a historical high and driven by post-war prosperity. Baby D. All right. Thank you, Baby D. Shout out to Baby D. Y'all type Baby D in the chat room. Baby D, thank you so much, Baby D. I need to have y'all subscribe to the channel yet. I needed 5 more subscribers. Let's see where we are now. Man, look, give me my 5 subscribers so I can get back to work. Okay, I need my 5 subscribers so don't come up in here cheating. Okay, don't come up in here cheating. But I'm gonna go ahead and get back to work so we can get through this thing. Let's move on to this. Let's get back to this young lady who is, telling us about how, offended she is about these black people who are, not, thinking they're better than other black people. I find that quite interesting. I think, far more than quite. But we'll let her start from the beginning. Hit the number 1 button.
Group of black people think that their black is far superior than this black because they come from this region and not that region, and they come from this country and not that country. When you start doing that, you start gatekeeping a system that once ranked you and quite frankly is still ranking you. So Saint Kitts, I don't know why you're speaking when no one asked you, actually confirmed that they signed a memorandum with the United States government to accept third country nationals, but specifically excluding Haitians.
They specifically excluded Haitians. Somebody type no Haitians. The Haitians might need to look in the mirror collectively and ask themselves, maybe it's us. Because, if everybody's excluding you, maybe it's something that maybe
say we can't accept more people. They didn't say that we don't have the capacity. They didn't say, hey, we actually might need some support and we're asking for support to support the influx of people that we potentially might be receiving. No, they said we can't have any Haitians. Okay, sure, you can't have any Haitians. So while you're sitting here on your high and mighty horse, I thought I'd go ahead and do some education for you guys. Just to be clear here, they said that they can't have any Haitians because it's a security concern. Now, after they said that, the United States still froze their visas, right? You're still part of the 75 countries whose visas are frozen. So all of that tap dancing, what is it getting you? Is it going to be?
So think about it. They wouldn't take the Haitians, and Trump froze all the visas from the people from St. Kitts. He said, you're going to take these Haitians. Why y'all don't want the Haitians? Take the Haitians, man, so y'all can come up here and go to Disneyland and hang out in Miami Beach. You know what I mean? You see your side chick up here. Let's send your son and daughter to college.
Another 1804 video, right? 1804 Haiti. It's a lot to be proud of. Believe me, it's a lot to be proud of. So Haiti, the first free black republic in the Americas, fought a war from 1791 up to 1804 and then abolished slavery and gained its independence. St. Kitts later got their slavery abolished in 1834, but that was only done for them after Haiti put the fear of God or the devil, because I don't know what God you serve, in them. And put them on notice, put the global government, global Caucasian government on notice that black people will be fighting for their liberation. So after Haiti fought its war, please pay attention to these next words because they're really important. Fought its war, abolished slavery, and gained its independence, all in that order. They were writing constitutions declaring that black people were going to remain free. But not only that, they fought in other wars, American wars, Dominican wars, hell, even
you also invaded your neighbor. I'm just saying, you did invade the Dominican Republic like 8 times. We'll talk about that later.
Ethiopian wars. They prevented Ethiopia from being invaded by the Italians. And meanwhile,
if y'all got all this money over there, y'all invading the world like that. Why can't y'all just take your people back? You know, if you got all this money to invade other people and fund war, why don't you just take your people back? You know, and again, the Haitian, you know, revolution was like 200 years ago or something like that. I mean, that's been a while. You know, I mean, come on now. Let's what have you done lately?
While St. Kitts and Nevis was still in slavery, and you might not remember it as slavery because you were colonized by the British, and the British believe in assigning polite words to cover atrocities. If you call it a polite word, then this atrocity does not exist. They called it an apprenticeship as if you volunteered to do this shit. And then when did you gain your independence, right? Because slavery is now abolished in 1834 or 1843.
You know, I find it mighty interesting that we have a lot of immigrants who come to the United States and they involve themselves in reparations arguments, many of them falling on the side of Black Americans don't deserve reparations because it, you know, because slavery was a long time ago. But they're quick to bring up revolutions and things that their countrymen did far before slavery ended here in the United States. So it's okay for you to bring up your history, but it's not okay for us to bring up our history. I find that interesting. Let's keep listening to this young lady speak.
Or some shit like that. Wait, it was gained when? In 1867? No. 1905? No. In 1983. So St. Kitts and Nevis became independent in 1983. All the while, Haiti already got its independence and fought for it. So you're calling Haiti a security risk.
But Haiti got its independence, but Haiti is not doing very well with independence. Haiti probably needs to be a dependent. I'm just going to say, you probably need somebody. Haiti needs a boyfriend. Okay, that's what it sounds to me. Haiti needs a sugar daddy. You might need a sugar daddy because Haiti seems it's pretty bad. Okay, anytime you got, I've read the reports, you got women over there being raped, you got bad things that happen. Haiti needs a sugar daddy, clearly. Okay, I mean, you know, we have a lot of conversations on this broadcast about independence. Okay, and Haiti needs to be dependent on somebody. Okay, you pissed off your neighbor. The DR is mad. They're not speaking to you. Okay, and you know, it seems to me like you might need some friends. Okay, that's what it seems to me like. Shout out to all the offended Haitians in the chat room. I am certainly happy to know you're here. And I want you to be as offended as foundational Black Americans are offended when you all tell us we have no culture. Okay, so yes, this is great. This is how communication happens. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you all. I deal with white supremacist racists, white nationalists, and I enjoy it. I enjoy the fact that you're now having to deal with the fact that, you know what, you're kind of having to eat your words. You kind of, you know, us culturalists, Negroes, us cotton picking Negroes that you all help free. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. And let me just tell you one thing else. I'm happy you're here because you're gonna get an earful. I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about that romanticized. So we don't romanticize things on this broadcast. I'm gonna tell you about yourself. I'm gonna tell you about your revolution. I'm gonna tell you about what you did. I know what you did. I know what you did. I know what you did to those French people. I know what you did. And somebody says, for being a lawyer, you sound stupid. No, I'm a Hall of Fame lawyer. So what you're going to say is, for being a Hall of Fame inducted lawyer, I sound stupid. Make sure you get the title right. But I'm going to let you go on back, little angry Haitian man. We'll go and let this lady finish.
Right? So let me do some more education for you. Where there exists high value resources will exist conflict. And while St. Kitts is going around saying that Haiti is a security concern, the only reason why you know peace is because you have no resources that they want.
Shout out to Alonzo.
If foreign governments are not in your country trying to push their foreign agenda, it is because you don't have anything of high value that they want to control. All the while, Haiti has been treated as a nation that should not know peace, as a project to manage, and not as a people who deserve to operate their own government and manage their own.
Now I find it interesting because see, you all are connected to another island nation, and it's right next door, and they pretty much have a favorite status with even the Trump administration. So, and it's the same island. Okay, it's the same island. Y'all on the same one. So you saying your little side of the island has no resources, but the other side is like a favorite trading partner with the United States in the Caribbean? I need a better understanding of why, because to me it just sounds like excuses. Maybe you need to work harder. Somebody type work harder in the chat room. Maybe y'all need to work harder. Maybe that's what it is. Okay, same stuff you all tell us. You know, no culture. See, it's offensive when people kick you while you're down, isn't it? It's upsetting when people do that. That's what you've done to us. And I'm not just directing this at the Haitians. I'm talking to all you immigrants out there. You wonder why Black Americans are the way we are with you all right now? You can't blame Tariq Nasheed for calling you Tethers. We've all felt the same way. He just put a word to it. God bless him for it. We've been having these conversations amongst ourselves. Shout out to April Thompson. We've been having these conversations for ourselves for at least 20 years. I've heard them goddamn Africans. I heard a lot of people saying that. Okay, before we even knew what the concept of a tether were. We talk about them damn immigrants all the time with their black ass. I've heard plenty of elderly Black persons say that. That funny ass food. I've heard it. Them Africans. Okay? It's just now people are more vocal about it. And it's offensive. It hurts your feelings, does it? Right? But see, the thing is, it's only so long. You all don't know my people. See, Black Americans are very patient. We're very kind. We're very tolerant. But once we, really decide to bear down, we bear down. Remember, we're the people who outlasted white supremacy racism in the United States. And I did a broadcast the other day, and I explained that the Nazis learned their racism from the United States. And then the Nazi who learned his racism from the United States by going to Arkansas, University of Arkansas, Fayetteville, then took that down to South Africa. So the worst racism that you've seen in the world was learned here, and we dealt with it. And so that's why we're such a patient, accommodating, and loving people. Shout out to my Black American brothers and sisters. We are patient. We are kind. We do what we have to do to survive. And you all came over here and took advantage of it. And now, we've turned off the love, so to speak. But I'm gonna let this little lady continue giving this, this is quick history assessment. Go ahead.
Own resources. Haiti has contracts to minerals that have not been explored. Haiti has gold. Haiti has copper. Haiti has iridium. Haiti is fighting to keep its resources to itself.
Well, then, you know what? Y'all can keep them to yourself, and you can keep your people too. That's what the rest of the country is, the rest of the world. Keep your people and keep your resources. Sell them to yourself. That's what you do. Okay. This is how it works. Okay. You just keep on making reasons why, okay, you have they just treat us bad because they want what we have. Do you not know where we are? This is the United States of America. We just kidnapped the president from South America. Do you think if Haiti had anything that we wanted, that we wouldn't be able to go get it? I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, you are on the ass end of the Caribbean. That one little strip of land. We have cities in Texas that are bigger than Haiti. Do you think if you had anything we wanted, we wouldn't just go down there and get it? I'm just saying. And do you think there's any of your leaders that can't be bought or paid off? I mean, let's just be honest here. Okay, because see, this is the level of arrogance that a lot of your Caribbean neighbors don't like, which is why they don't want you coming in their country, and they don't want your countrymen coming to your country, ma'am. And at some point, you just have to look in the mirror and say, hey, you know what? Maybe it's us. Maybe it's us. Maybe that's why we've been in civil war and distrust. And that's why we got a dude named Barbecue rolling around the countryside, unaliving people and raping women and girls. Maybe that's it. You see, instead of always projecting the blame on somebody else, maybe it's time to do some introspection, respectfully. All right, do some work. Let's go.
What are you fighting for? As a matter of fact, you don't know how to fight because you gained your independence in 1983. So riddle me this. Why are you speaking?
Has Haiti fought a war since 1804, back when they were fighting with knives and muskets and hatchets? Have they fought a war? Are you saying that we don't know how to fight a war? That's our problem. Now we don't know. Oh, I tell you.
When no one asked you.
Mm-hmm.
Why? You guys are acting as if Haitians do not find their way to St. Kitts and Nevis that they are going to die. Well, let me educate you on something else. So I took the time to research your country, and I found out that your country survives mostly on tourism. At some point, your prime minister even said that 70% of the country survives on tourism.
And so you see now this young woman is angry at the whole country of St. Kitts. I don't know even where that is. Nevis and St. Kitts, somewhere in the Caribbean. And so now you want to sit up and talk bad about the country because they won't let you in. That's your culture right there. That's the same stuff you do with foundational Black Americans. That's why we don't like y'all. And I'm going to just say it like that. That's why we don't like y'all like that. You all are like the Korean merchants back in Los Angeles. Y'all are really nasty people, man, because you can't have your way. Because you can't come over here and just bully. We're not going to be bullied. Nobody's going to bully Black Americans. If white folk can't bully Black Americans, what makes you think you can? I mean, let's just be frank with each other. We open arms to you all. We treated you like our Black brothers and sisters. It's been going on for years now. You know, and now you got your own Caribbean brothers, so it ain't just us. You know, and this is why I'm playing these videos, because I want my foundational Black American brothers and sisters to understand there's a valid reason why we feel this way about these folks, family. You see, it ain't us, it's them. You know, all the people around them don't like them. Even their own island, the people they share the island with don't like them. What does that say? You know? And the same thing goes for the Somalians. I'm going to be on y'all later on this week. Last week, it was White Week. This week is Black Week. I'm going to be on the Black people. And then we'll get back to the Latinos in a couple of weeks. Let's keep going.
Which means that your country depends on foreign nationals coming in and spending their money. Meanwhile, Haitians leave their country, right, because of instability.
They flee. Somebody type flee their country. You flee your country. You get on up out of there. You leave. A selective choice of words. You leave your country, huh? Do you leave? You get the hell out. You run up out of there.
Don't leave it voluntarily, because every Haitian I talk to wants to go back to Haiti. Sorry, I had to go get my eggs, because this part is extremely delicious. Now,
they want to go back. If you wanted to go back, you would go back. You don't want to go back. You escaped your country. Okay, that's what you did. Stop trying to sugarcoat this. You stop it. You read barbecue was about to barbecue you. You got up out of there, okay?
While your country is surviving purely on tourism, right? The reason why Haiti is still surviving today, one of the large reasons why Haiti is surviving today is because of the diaspora. The diaspora is now one of the most valuable resources of Haiti, meaning wherever Haiti and its people have decided to travel because of conflict, we are still supporting our country. Haiti's diaspora is worth at least $5 billion.
So what you're saying is remittance. You take the money you earn here. So here's I want all my foundational Black American brothers and sisters. You know how we always talk about recycling Black dollars in the community? You know, we always talk about recycling Black dollars in the community, spend money with Black businesses. Well, what happens if you're spending money with a Black business owned by a Black immigrant, and then they take that money and they send it back to Nigeria or Jamaica as remittance? It does not come into the Black community. So we've been wondering where our money is going. I want you to think about that. These folk come in, they start businesses, they open up their businesses. We spend money with them on the strength that we all Black, and then the money goes back to build a house somewhere in, you know, Accra, okay? Or I don't know, Montego Bay. So I just want y'all to understand that, family. Just keep that. These folk are somewhere between 25% of the population of Black people here in the United States. So let's just keep that in mind. That's why Trump has shut that down. He put a lot of money. He put some financial penalties on that. So she just admitted the reason they're alive right now is because the Haitians are going to different parts of the world and taking money and sending it back to Haiti. So the money is leaving the communities that it should otherwise be circulating in and going other places. So y'all just be mindful of that. Whatever you think about it, you know, so all the issues that foundational Black Americans are dealing with are not necessarily because of something that we've done wrong. It's because since 1965, since the Hart-Celler Act, we've had an influx of people whose loyalties and culture is not tied to our own. Okay, even some of the domestic violence and the gender war stuff, a lot of that was imported from other places. So we have to begin to give ourselves grace. And the more we study and the more we review, the more we learn together and the more we build, we'll realize, man, it really wasn't our thing. We were fine before all these folk. I mean, we had issues, but it wasn't like this. And these folk came here and it exacerbated some of the issues that we have. I just want y'all to keep in mind. So yeah, you know, let's keep listening to this young lady.
And that $5 billion goes back home.
Mm-hmm.
What is your people doing for you? So please understand that if Haitians do not go to St. Kitts, they will be all right. They will be all right. So thank you so much for letting us know unprovoked that we can't come to your country. And to the Haitians watching this video, please don't internalize it. Because why would we want to align ourselves with people who allowed a foreign government to call their slavery period an apprenticeship and people who did not fight for their independence and only gained it in 1983?
Okay, so that's your claim to fame. All right, that y'all fought in 1804 and you were able to liberate yourselves from the French. But what did you do after you got your liberation? We'll talk about that a little later. Let's keep listening. Hit the number one button.
Seen that coming from a mile away. I seen that coming from a mile away. I seen that coming from about like 20 football fields away. I mean, he paused the immigration thing for the Haitians. So, I mean, this was bound to happen. But it really does suck because it's just like, imagine coming here and spending like 15, 20, even like 10 or 5 years here. And now you're going to get your ass kicked back out. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
that shit is bullshit. Like,
no,
imagine...
That's called temporary, brother. That's called temporary protected status. So now you're no longer protected. That's what it's called. Y'all subscribe.
Having like a house here, land, family, businesses, all this extra stuff, all this stuff. And now your ass finna get booted right the fuck back. Right the fuck back to the gulag. Not only that, even if you are like a citizen of America and you're Haitian, I would still be careful because like, you remember how they like treated the Hispanics and remember how they treated the Americans with Hispanic last names or like, Hispanic first names or anything in general? Like, you remember that one white guy that got pulled over because he had a Hispanic last name? Yeah. Just because you were born here and you're Haitian does not mean like you're safe or you won't get your ass, you know, fucked with or anything like that. And yes, that includes me too.
Family friendly. Let's
like,
keep going.
Me too. But with me, like my last name isn't really like a common Haitian last name. Like you wouldn't be able to tell. Like there's Americans with my last name too. Like Americans, like Black Americans. Like that shit is so lame. It's so petty.
Let me get this straight. So your name is like a Black American's name. So you hiding up in here amongst us. That's what you saying, brother. You hide. All right, that's fine. Carry on. Keep hitting the number one button, y'all. Let me know if you can.
Like why? Why? What's the reason? What's the real reason behind it? I already know what's the real reason behind it, but it's just like, bro. And it's like
the real reason behind it is because you're Black. That's why they're sending you home. And the real reason it's happening is because Black Americans are not out in the street supporting you. I need 5 more people to subscribe to the channel so I can hit that 92,000. Okay. You all, there's plenty of people in here. I know there's at least 5 people who haven't subscribed to it. Actually 4. Okay. I need 4 people to subscribe. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel. I need 3 people to subscribe to the channel so we can get 92,000. Y'all go ahead and do that. 3 people, take the time, subscribe to the channel so we can get 92,000. Let's hit that goal.
It's like, yeah, you have your bad immigrants, but it's just like you have your good ones too. And Haitians are very hard workers. Like, Haitians are good workers to have. Very trustworthy, very loyal, very,
Well, why is it that the rest of these Caribbean countries don't want you there, sir? If you're that good workers, and are you bringing anything else to the table that maybe is acting as a deterrent? I mean, I'm just saying, is there something else we should know? Is there another reason why? Because it can't just be work harder. Maybe you should just work harder if you're a hard worker.
Like, we don't play about our education. We don't play about our money. We don't play about our family. We don't play about none of that stuff. So it's just like.
So we're not like those Black Americans. We're not like them. Why would they put us out? No,
why?
Okay. Yeah.
We're not bad.
Okay.
And it's like everybody has a different story too of like why they left Haiti. And some of them, like some or most of them are similar, but it's like I feel bad for the Haitians that like, how can I say it? Because of course I'm Haitian myself, and I've had multiple conversations with multiple Haitians, but I feel bad for the Haitians that have told me like if they go back over there, they'll get killed or something like that. Like there's some people that literally, if they go back there, they'll get killed just off like other people being jealous that they left the country and then all this extra shit. And then you got some people that be getting into shit that left the country or got put in the middle of shit.
There's some shit going on over there. I thought y'all was good people and work hard, mind your business, focus on your family. I thought that's all y'all were doing. You doing some shit. That's what excuse my language, all my Christian folk up here, all my Jesus love people. So there's some shit going on. That's what apparently maybe that has a lot to do with why all these other Caribbean countries don't want you, because y'all bring shit with you. Use your words, not mine. Shit, you said shit. Okay, that's what you said. I didn't say that. All right, let's keep listening to the young man.
And they left the country, and it's like if they go back, they'll get killed. So I'd just be like, bro, like.
No, I ain't never. I'm be honest with you. When I go different places as a Black American, I don't have these problems. They happy to see me coming. I don't overstay my visa. I leave. I spend money. I hang out at the beach. I go to the little shopping places, eat their food, and I ease on back to the house. I don't have these problems. Okay, I don't think there's any country in the world that would say, well, when these Black Americans come over here, they get to shooting and raising hell and stuff. We don't do that. We go to European countries, go to African countries, we go Asian countries. We're not the problem. So we don't associate with that. But interestingly enough, you all come to our country, because this is my country, since you're talking about your country of Haiti, since you come to our country and you treat us bad, you disrespect us, and you seem to be the one you all seem to be the ones that have all the problem. And your neighbors don't want you there. There's not a country in the world that Black Americans can't go and get a visa and enjoy ourselves. You see what I mean? I'm sure there are, but for the most part, we can go anywhere anybody else wants to go. We go to Canada, we can go to Europe, we can go to pretty much any one of those African countries, all those Asian countries. They're happy to have us there. So you need to maybe, maybe y'all should have been a little nicer to us. Maybe that's what you should have done. Let's keep going.
And with the gang violence that's going on over there, don't get me wrong.
That's the
Haiti
shit.
has its good parts and its beautiful parts and its peaceful parts, but it's just like the gang violence over there is ridiculous. Like it's gotten ridiculous. So
where does that come from? That sounds like a cultural problem, sir. That's that superior culture. You see, culture brings about these things. That's your culture. Just like we have an issue in our culture with gang violence in certain places. You have subsets of the culture. Okay, so let's just think about that. So it ain't all just working hard and we good people and we don't bother anybody. Seems like you have some issues with your culture, and the other Caribbean countries are now saying we don't want them here. But yet you would have us all believe it's our problems as foundational Black Americans. We're the ones at fault. And now we're resting, but you all want us to get up and come out here and protest for you all. You want us to lock up and link up on some, Black empowerment, some Pan-Africanism, and you all don't even like us. You all have been disrespectful to us. And again, this goes to all of you Africans and all of the Caribbeans. All of y'all have been saying, this is what Black Americans are saying. This is why collectively, number one, we're resting. And number two, we've delineated. Same thing as you've done. And I'm, let's keep listening. And it's unfortunate. It's a very sad situation. It's a very sad situation that's going on. But even if I wanted to get Black people to galvanize to say, hey, well, we should do something about this, they'd say, hell no, them people don't like us. And I think any thought leader in the Black community has figured that out, whether it's Democrat or Republican. They've all figured out that, look, we're checking passports at this point. We're checking birth certificates to see where these people from, because they've demonstrated a lack of loyalty. Whether we're talking about the governor of Virginia or that guy running for Congress, Byron Donald, you all are against the agenda that we're pushing. How can we support you all? It's very traitorous, on some, Black empowerment is very traitorous. Let's keep
It's like, why send those people back to oblivion?
Because they're Blacks.
Not only that, I'm pretty sure they're still dealing with stuff from the hurricane too. So it's like,
really?
damn.
There'll be another hurricane they're dealing with too.
Like,
yeah,
what the fuck? And it's crazy. For us being like the pearl of the Caribbean, being like the first Caribbean island to like abolish slavery and, gain freedom and, paved the way for like other Caribbean islands and the world in general, we sure do get treated like shit. Like that shit is so fucking.
That's because that was like, over 200 years ago, and that's why. And you didn't make the best out of it. That's the other thing. Okay, that's what's going on. So you did that one thing good over 2 centuries ago, but since that time period, it's been pretty much one catastrophe after another. And if we just relied on what happened 200 years ago, we wouldn't move on as a group of people, here in the United States or anywhere else. Let's keep going.
And insane. That shit is so fucking insane. We're not wanted in America. We're not even wanted on our own fucking island, Hispaniola, bro. Like,
so you saying the Dominicans don't want you either? That's your island? I thought y'all shared it, but let's keep going.
We can only stay on, like, damn near all of them. A lot of them has to stay on one side. They can't go to Dominican Republic. And
why is that?
They should
why is that? Why is it that you can't go to the Dominican Republic? Let us know why you can't go there. Why is it that your neighbor doesn't want you to go there? The surrounding islands don't want you there. Canada doesn't want you there. The United States doesn't want you there. All 15 members of CARICOM don't want you there except St. Lucia. What does that say about you? At some point, you're going to have to start looking within and say, well, maybe it's, you know what I'm saying? Maybe it's us.
Be able to, because that's a whole nother topic to talk about too. But like I said, they should be able to. It's not like they're banned from Dominican Republic, but it's like, bro, you might as well ban them from Dominican Republic the way they get treated.
And why are they treated like that? That's the question, And I think here in the United States, we don't really examine that because we don't care. As far as we care, all of those, we can't pronounce the names, we really can't find them on the map. If it ain't Texas, Florida, New York, California, or some state, we know where Hawaii is. That's pretty much the only island. We know where that island is, and that's about it, okay? Everything else is pretty irrelevant to the typical American. So we're ignorant in that regard, but by the time I finish with this broadcast tonight, we'll have a better understanding of what's going on and why.
Like, am I wrong? Am I tripping? And when I say they should be able to go over there, I mean they should be able to go over there and be comfortable. Because yes, Dominican Republic and Haiti are two separate sides, but it's two separate sides making a whole fucking island. It's no fucking point. Like, it's no point.
So this guy is basically saying they should be able to go to the Dominican Republic and stay and be comfortable. That's what you're saying. Okay, I get it. All right, let's keep going. Let's
treating each other like that. The way that the Haitians and the Dominicans treat each other, like literally damn near the same ethnicity, same damn near alike. Like,
so you damn near the same alike, but you all constantly say the Dominicans don't like you because you're racist or they're racist. All right, let's deal with that.
it's no point, and it's not like it's a canyon separating both sides either. Like,
it's a military. There's the Dominican military dudes is over there.
y'all on the same island, and even if y'all weren't, like, why? Like, even if it was something separating those two sides, why? It's no point in treating each other like that, especially how the
Somebody said it's colorism. Is it really colorism? They all look the same color to me. They all look pretty black and brown to me. But we'll deal with
Dominicans treat the Haitians, bruh. And I know I'm not tripping because Dominicans, you know, treat each other a certain type of way. Like the lighter ones will look at the darker ones with a stank face.
Just like you Haitians look at black Americans with a stank face and tell us we don't have a culture. You mean like that? Is that same kind of stank face that or maybe it's like those other Caribbeans look at you all with the stank face? Seems like that's pretty common to me. Seems like there's a lot of stank face going on around here. Somebody type stank face in the chat room.
Because of their skin color.
Oh,
and I've been to Dominican Republic twice. I've literally seen it. I literally seen it.
Probably
but I
right.
digress. That's a
pretty-
whole
I mean, according to this report out of Sweden, Dominican Republic is the second most racist island or racist place in the Americas, behind Venezuela. Venezuela's number one. The DR is two. Both of them got America beat. But you're still here. Okay, let's keep going.
other topic to talk about right there. But yeah,
Shout out to
I find it so weird. Like, where are the people that claim that they are Haitian and they're obviously not Haitian? Like, where are the wannabe Haitians? Like, where are the people that claim to support Haitians? Like, where are those people at?
Maybe you don't have a lot. Maybe there's a reason for that also. Okay, let's keep listening, sir.
Crickets.
Yeah.
Like,
maybe.
I ain't see no repost, no petition, no nothing, no kind of support, no kind of nothing. No, nothing. But everybody want to be Haitian, right? Everybody.
No, they
Yeah, c'est vrai. But I know damn well that y'all didn't think that I was going to get back on my platform and not address the
No, this is Al Gore's internet. This is Al Gore's internet.
bullshit policy that St. Kitts has against us Haitians, as far as us going over there and seeking asylum in their country. I know y'all didn't think that I was going to skip that. Ufu? So it all starts with the U.S. striking a deal with a couple of countries from the Caribbean, one of them being St. Kitts and Nevis, right? Now, St. Kitts prime minister decides to issue out a statement letting everybody know, yes, we have agreed to these terms, to this policy. We're going to go through with this. We will be accepting the people that America, the United States, sends our way, except Haitians. We're going to accept everybody but Haitians. And they cite security reasons, right?
Somebody type no Haitians in the chat room. All these people don't want
Mind you, the entire deal is based on sending non-violent, non-criminal people who are only seeking asylum.
They think the non-violent ones are violent. That's what they're saying. That's amazing. What have y'all done to these other Caribbean islands, ma'am? What's going on? Man?
Right? They just need help to their country. And this country, a Caribbean country at that,
other black people don't want you there. Okay.
Decided they were going to make it very clear. We'll take everybody but Haitians.
Damn, that's embarrassing.
They get OD backlash. Not just from Haitians, but from all of the Caribbean countries, talking about how dare you? How fucking dare you? You don't feel shame?
I don't think so.
Like you're glad, you're happy to be the white man, the United States puppet? How dare you open your mouth? How dare
you in the United States? How you talking bad about people that are in their own country that don't want you there, and you're in the United States talking about the white man's puppet, and they're in their country? Think about that. You came to this country to sit up under the white man. You have your own black country and black government in Haiti that you can be at right now. Okay, but you decided to pack your stuff up, leave your all black country run by black people, black police force, black empowerment everywhere you can see, and you came to the whitest of white countries here in the Western Hemisphere. Okay, see, black Americans have been here. We've been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. We don't have another country. There's no flag of black America. We don't have a country. Where you going, man? I'm gonna go visit Black America for the weekend. Me and the wife are gonna go hang out. There's nothing to that. Okay, we can't do that. You have your own country. You can go to Port-au-Prince. You can go hang out over there. You got a capital, and you came over here to the United States, and yet you want to talk bad about a whole nother country and say we don't want y'all in our country, and they're the white man's agent. Damn. I mean, I'm just saying that logic is quite convenient, ma'am.
Dare you
speak
for your country and say that you are not going to accept one of your brothers and sisters, your neighboring islands? Like, how dare you?
Oh, wow.
And responsible.
Maybe you're not the good brother. Listen, sometimes you got family members you don't like. I've been there before. We all have. Let's keep going. You're mad at the
backlash. St. Kitts decides to issue out a public apology. They publicly apologize and say, so sorry to my brothers and sisters, Haitian brothers and sisters. We didn't mean to do that, blah, 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 blah. But the damage is already done. It's already done. We see how this policy, how this country, how their government views, Haitians in need, Haitians that need help.
It seemed like a lot of Haitians, it seemed like y'all been in need for a long time. That's what it seemed like to me, baby. Seemed like y'all been really needy. That's what it seems to me. And, I'm just pointing that out to you. Okay.
Y'all don't care, right? So the damage is already fucking done. However, they issue out this public apology, right? Again, only because they're receiving backlash. If they weren't receiving any backlash, I promise you, they would have kept their mouth shut. Update though, right? That apology, I got to make it clear. It did not come from St. Kitts Prime Minister. It came from other officials, okay? Officers, all of that stuff. It did not come from the person who literally made it clear to the world that this is what St. Kitts is going to do, their prime minister.
Well, maybe he's not sorry. Maybe he like, y'all can apologize. I ain't going to apologize, man. That's what he said. I'm not going to apologize. He meant it. You stay, he don't want you over there. Everybody else say what they want to say. He don't care, apparently. He does not care, ma'am. He does not care if you speak French and English and patois and educated and work hard. He don't want you there in St. Kitts. Where is St. Kitts? I don't know where it is, but he obviously knows that he doesn't want you all there, okay?
Until recently. He's decided to speak out, and he's standing 10 toes down on that bullshit.
Stop using our foundational Black American slang. That 10 toes down is pimp talk, baby. That's from Oakland. Okay, that's straight up pimp. 10 toes down. Don't got to buy the bitch out there on the motherfucking track doing what motherfucker got to do. You don't use your own slang. Speak some of that patois, that sap I say. Okay, that's what you do. You speak some of that sap I say. Don't try to use our stuff. I'm tired of that. Go use your own stuff. Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, bullshit policy, right? And it says right here that they confirm their limited agreement to accepting U.S. migrants, excluding Haitians. And this is why I said that little apology I could give two shits about, because we already know how you feel. And considering, our backlash is not really going to make the world shake. It's not going to make the...
Yeah, because nobody cares. It would have to be Black Americans. Those foundational Black Americans, those American Negroes. We could get things changed. We can move the needle for you, but you all have been very mean to us. Because, we need to work harder. Somebody type, we lazy in the chat room. We need to work hard. We must comply. So you've been really mean and nasty to Black Americans. And see, I'm going to keep hammering down on that point. We told you this day was coming. And y'all linked up with us and got down with us decades ago, and you be good right now. You be right here up under our wing. No, you're not gonna do our brothers like that. You ain't gonna roll like. And look, it's some Black people from the Caribbean and Africa that we are 100% down with. Y'all have always been 10 toes down. Okay, you all are not who we talking about. We talking about these people who have, but these people who talk reckless about black folks, you know, like on the internet, yeah, I can't stand those black Americans. They're the reason that we like apathetic about you all right now. I want you to keep that in mind. And so you brought this on yourself. Yeah, black Americans could shut all this down. We could put up you see what we did in George Floyd? The white folks still mad about that. When we galvanize and we move, things change. We've seemed to have been the only group of people in this country who can make things move and force this country to adhere to its better angel. It is us, and it always has been us because we're the moral compass of the United States. But at this particular point, we're resting. Somebody type, we resting in the chat room.
World move yet.
Mm-hmm.
I had a feeling that you guys were gonna just, stick to your guns. And that's what they're doing. Now, personally for me, fuck St. Kitts. I'm not going there. I'm not spending my money there. I'm sorry for anybody who is from that nation, from that country. I'm sure you guys are beautiful people, but I don't give a fuck about any of that when it comes to how your government is treating my people. Now, because of all of this going on, you understand, a lot of Haitians have taken to voicing their opinions, talking about it just sucks how Haiti has done so much for the entire world, especially the Caribbean. And this is the things that we get, even when we are in need, when we need help.
I mean, what have Haitians done for the entire world? Because like when I talk about what black Americans have done for the entire world, I can talk about inventions. I can talk about world leaders. I can talk about thought leaders. I can talk about, the fact that we have over 100 historically black colleges in the United States, and we have black people from all over the world who are educated at those colleges and go back. I can talk about the influence that we have, and the influence we've had on, the Vietnamese people and their civil rights movement. I can talk about what has Haiti done. I mean, I hear this and I'm not disrespecting, but let me know, what has Haiti done that the rest of the world should now come running and be at their beck and call? Because I don't know another group of people. I don't know another group of people of African descent who've had more of an effect on the world as foundational black America. I just don't know. Let me know. Tell me. And I'm asking a question. Okay, because I was thinking about this the other day. When you sit around and you think about that black Americans are a tiny population, a tiny minority in the United States, and whether we're talking about music, culture, fashion, language, his history. I mean, hell, we helped build the United States. It was our labor and our ingenuity that got this country, the United States, to where it is, and it's the most powerful nation in the world. I heard this young white nationalist, Christian nationalist, say the most ridiculous thing. He said, if it wasn't for the white man kidnapping and bringing Africans to this country, we'd still be living in huts. And my thing is, well, what did America look at the time? America was a wilderness. So if it wasn't for the black people being brought to this country, you would be still in law. You'd be living in log cabins, or you'd be probably slaughtered by now. So it's the Africans in that labor that basically tamed this land. You see? So let's keep that in mind too. But I'm gonna let this little lady keep talking, and we're gonna get back and get to our main body of this broadcast.
They refuse. They close their doors in our faces. Mind you, after we freed ourselves, we could have been fucking selfish and just kept our freedom and our liberation to ourselves. Instead, we were literally—
You had that big debt to pay back to France. That's what you had to do. You wasn't free. You were in debt up to your eyeballs, and then you decided to take it out on other people. But I'm
going on a freeing tour, asking anybody, anyone, you want to be free? You want help? And giving it to them, with nothing in return. But I do want us Haitians to stop reminding them of the history. They don't care.
No, they don't.
They know the history. It's available to them if they don't know.
You really don't know, and they really don't care. I'm just going to be honest with you. Nobody really knows your history, and nobody cares. It's like the guy who was, the all-state running back in high school. That's just something like, all right, great for you. Nobody cares, and nobody knows. It's one war of thousands of wars that happened 200 years ago, baby. I'm just going to be honest. Nobody cares. I think I can collectively speak. It's interesting. It's great. It's one of those things you learn about, but nobody cares about your war. I know, you know, but if you had more things to talk about, more things to be proud of, you would. Like foundational Black Americans have so much that we can rely on and talk about that we don't even talk about stuff we did 200 years ago. Black people are not talking about what we did 206 years ago in 1804. We talking about stuff we did, like we just had Miss May die and she helped invent GPS, you know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. You see, this is what we're talking about. So, you know, you know, your resume, you need to update your resume.
So that they can learn. They don't care.
They don't
okay?
care.
We are asking the descendants of the ancestors who did care and respect us to do the same, and they don't give a fuck. Okay? Yeah. They don't. This is why the Haitian disrespect in the Caribbean is it's so big, it's so wild, because they don't care about the history. If they cared about the history, every single fucking Caribbean country would have the most up respect, right? For Haitians and Haiti.
They don't.
That's not the case. And then also, low key, it's starting to give off, you know, that like abusive mom who like did stuff for you, and every single time, you know, you want to kind of like not do what she wants, and she's like, but I did this for you, but I did this for you.
Yeah, that's how y'all sound. That's a good euphemism. You all do sound like somebody to keep bringing up old stuff. That's what it sounds like. Damn, how many times you gonna use that? You know,
we can't keep reminding them anymore.
They
don't care, right? And then two, personally, as a Haitian, I've been having this feeling. I've been having this feeling like we are going to be okay.
Good.
We're actually going to be more than okay.
Good.
Like, I don't know.
Think positive.
I think that this is all a part of God's plan. We Haitians that have decided to leave because Haiti has gotten too bad, and we let
now, did y'all decide to leave? I mean, okay, I'm gonna let you finish, baby.
Foreigners take control of our country, of our land that we sacrificed. Our ancestors sacrificed their lives for.
So the foreigners are doing better in your land than you are. Okay. Sounds like you've been colonized again.
That wasn't Mother Nature. Haiti, she's not happy about that. I don't think she's happy about that at all. The reason why all of these nations, they're closing their doors in our face is because we have to go back home. We have to go back home.
Sounds like a good idea.
No offense.
You going back? Are you going to go back home? That's what we need to know.
We work the best under pressure.
It looks to me like you living pretty good. I don't know if you're going to go back.
Why the fuck did we run? And not really run. We didn't run. You guys know what I'm saying, but I have to.
What'd you do? You just walked away? What did you do?
Clear that up, because I know there's some fucking ignorant people that's going to take that shit and run.
You did. You said it. You know, you go with your first mind. You said run. Somebody type run. Y'all ran.
Literally. But
y'all definitely rolled up out of there.
We're supposed to go back home and finish what we started.
And you got rid of all the white people. Who else you gonna get? Let's keep going.
That's the reason why all of these nations are closing their doors in our faces. That's the reason why. Even if we help them.
They're closing their doors in your faces because you are bad guests. Okay? They don't want you in there anymore. You're bad guests. How many people had to tell you you're a bad guest before you realize it? Darn it. You're a bad guest. Nobody wants you.
Even if we fought for them, even if we would go over there and put our lives on the line for them, it's because we have to go back home, and we have to put that energy into our country, into our people. I'm going to share you got a video real quick. I want to share this video.
No, you're not. We're going to get you out of here, baby. You just talked and talked and talked and talked and talked. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get somebody else who's a little short. Hopefully, and this is gonna be the last one, because I can't do it. I got it.
Said Nevis, Terence Drew has recently announced, alongside with his Caribbean neighbors, St. Lucia, Dominica, and Antigua, that he has been forced to succumb to the pressure of the United States of America as they continue their geographical onslaught on the sovereignty of the nations of the Caribbean, particularly following the USA's decision to place restrictions and in some case bans on the citizens of these nations. So as a result, these nations have responded by entering into these agreements, which they described as third country deportee agreements, where they are prepared to accept deportees from the United States of America in return to get back their visas for their citizens, and also to return back any developmental aid agreements that they may have had in the past. But each nation has their own speculation, and what is quite interesting about St. Kitts is that they have speculated that we've gone into this agreement. However, we are only prepared to accept citizens from the CARICOM. However, we are also not prepared to accept citizens from Haiti.
Damn, no Haiti.
Despite them being a member of the CARICOM. Now, they've cited the reason being security concerns, because Haiti right now is going through a transition. There is a lot of gang control, particularly in the capital city. 80% of the capital has been controlled by gangs, major highways, the ports, the airports.
These say 80%?
And other things is being controlled by the gangs, and it is destabilizing day by day. In addition to that, there is a transitional government coming in February, and there are major concerns whether or not that is going to be a success there. And if it isn't successful, there will be a full-blown breakdown of the nation. And as such, St. Kitts has cited that there is no reliable source or way for them within their own technological restrictions. I
need him to put a couple of commas in this conversation. So I need some commas and some periods. Okay, you need to breathe.
Small nation for them to vet people from Haiti. Now, this isn't unusual, because although Haiti is a part of the CARICOM, many nations in the CARICOM actually still require for Haitian citizens to come in with a visa. Restrictions that other nations of the CARICOM, restrictions that other nations do not have, like what the Haitians have. So it is not unprecedented, but it does put into question a moral contradiction, because here you are having Haiti.
Yes. Well, anyway, you guys, let's go ahead and get this hard work done. Shout out to everybody who's patiently waited to get through all these videos with me. I really didn't have a lot of videos, but these folks have been long-winded with the conversation. Shout out to everybody. Now, look here. After hearing all those comments and videos, one thing should be clear, and that is Black Americans are not alone in how we feel about Haitians, and I'm say immigrants in general, being deported or sent back home. And this sentiment isn't limited to us. It's not just any one group. It's not just white countries. It's not just Black countries. It's not just the United States. You're hearing the same message from Canada. Okay, you're hearing other people from the Caribbean, Black-led governments, and from ordinary people who lived in places that already absorbed large numbers of Haitian immigrants. Okay, and different accents, different countries, same conclusion. And when you see that kind of alignment across borders, races, and cultures, you have to pause and ask an uncomfortable question. If everyone is saying no, maybe this isn't a foundational Black American problem. Maybe it's a Haitian problem. Because the common consensus in these comments isn't hatred, it's fear. Fear of instability, fear of being overwhelmed, fear of permanent tethering to a country that many people fairly or unfairly believe cannot stabilize itself. People are not saying we don't like Haitians because they're Black. Many people are saying, many people are saying, we just don't want them there, okay? Every time, they're saying every time a large number of Haitians arrive, problems don't stay temporary. They become permanent. They talk about housing. They're talking about strain. They're talking about overcrowded shelters, informal settlements. They're talking about job competition at the bottom of the labor market. They're talking about weak enforcement. They believe once the Haitians arrive, they don't leave, and the governments lose control of the situation. That's what you see happening. And so everyone sees the same pattern and responds the same way. They're closing the door. So when foundational Black Americans say, hey, we're not protesting, we're not rushing in to defend, this, and we know it's cruel. We know the enforcement is cruel, and clearly what Donald Trump is doing by revoking the TPS status of these Haitians and Somalians is racially based, and we are not going to deny that. All right, but again, we're not rushing in to defend that cruelty or racism, and that's combat it, and that's recognition. We're watching other countries, black countries included, make the same decision, and but yet people are still trying to shame us for even thinking about it. Okay, and let's be honest, Black Americans are tired of being the only group expected to absorb everyone else's crisis. We already know what it feels like to be permanently tethered to pick up the tab and take blame for their crimes that they commit when they're amongst us, and then get nothing in return. We lived that movie before. So, here's the thing. Why don't we care is the real question. You see, why does no one want to take these Haitians? Because when the rejection is widespread, it stops being about racism alone and starts being about patterns, capacity, and consequences. And again, it seems as though these Somalians are having the same problem. I'm gonna let y'all see one more video before we get this thing cracking, because I want you to understand that it's not just the Haitians. Okay, it's not just the Haitians, and I think I can pull this one up. Check this out. Hit the number one. This is what they're saying about the Somalis.
Why we are not supporting you, Somalis, is because y'all are selfish people, you're ungrateful, you're haters, you're racist, you're tribalistic. Nobody wants to be behind you, and you're so standoffish. And the most important thing, y'all have said you're not Africans. You said you're Somalis. You gravitate more towards Arabic, those Arabic countries. So you've distanced yourself from Africans. That is why we don't support you. Nobody wants to support y'all. Y'all are a problem. You're a big problem. You're thieves, you're liars, you're scammers.
Right.
Nobody trusts you. And a lot of Africans are embarrassed by y'all. They don't even want to associate themselves with you guys. So the feeling is mutual. Y'all don't want to be Africans. We don't want you. We are embarrassed that you are in the African continent, because y'all are an embarrassment. Your country is a shit, slumpy, dumpy hole. Nothing.
Now she's talking about Africa. The Africans feel that way about Africa. And I bet if we were to take a poll, there was a lot of Black Americans and people in the Caribbean who find that Haiti in its current state of, atrocity is also an embarrassment. And maybe that also has a reason to do with why people don't want you there, because you can't get your stuff together and you keep blaming everybody else. I'm just saying, but whatever. Shout out to my man, Delete Laws.
Nothing is going on there. Nothing. You guys have dilapidated, ruin-like buildings. You've got trash everywhere. Nothing. And the most important thing, why a lot of Africans, they're not riding behind y'all, Somalis, is because when it came to issues like that whole the killing of Christians, you guys have been silent and mum. Why? Because your fake-ass, evil, cult-like religion is behind it, killing all those innocent Nigerians. And you would think Ilhan Omar, being a congresswoman trying to speak up.
Well, I guess she gave him an earful. Yeah. So anyway, like I said, so what are they gonna do? What are they gonna do here? Okay, so a lot of migrants, especially the Haitians and the Somalis and the Nigerians and the Venezuelans, they're trying to run to Canada. Okay. They want to get up there to Canada, okay? Not because it's perfect, okay, but because they're scared. And in the United States, ICE enforcement has increased tremendously. So they're trying to get to Canada. Where are my Canadians at? They're coming up there your way, all right? Now, here's the thing. Canada doesn't want them either. Canadians are openly saying their country is already overwhelmed. They have housing is unaffordable. Jobs are scarce. Shelters are full. Social services are stretched in, and they're making it clear mass migration from the U.S. is not welcome. And this isn't America talking. This is, Canada, right? Everything's better than America. For people who hate America, they always will pick out any other. UK is better. Canada is better. None of them want y'all. Okay? We are full. Canada is closed. We can't take care of our own people and let alone everybody else. And here's the thing. They're arresting people at the border. Canada has ramped up its enforcement. They have dogs, drones, helicopters, surveillance. And, if you're already in the United States, Canada usually will not let you claim asylum because America is what is called a safe country. And basically, the Canadians are saying that plainly, trying to bounce from Canada to the U.S. or U.S. to the Canada is not asylum, it's desperation. And even if someone gets past the border, Canada's asylum system is already buried. People are waiting years with no clear answer. And again, the Canadians are saying, don't come here. And here's another thing. People always talk about, oh, America is so racist. Do you know that Canada is not some racial paradise? Okay. All right. That belief collapses the moment you start actually looking at some of the things that happened. There was a dude named Abdillah. I'm going to call him Abdiram Abdillah. He died on July 24th, 2016. He was a Somalian. The cops just beat him up. Okay, while he was arrested. This dude was apparently had some mental issues, and I'm understanding there's a lot of that going on in the Somali community because they have a lot of inbreeding. But basically, they struck him with batons, they pepper sprayed him, and he died. Okay, because of and they beat him to death, and they try to say, oh, he's a black man, even though the Somalians have told us here in the United States they're not black, and the cops got acquitted. All right, this is right in July 24, 2016. There's another situation that happened. A man named Andrew Loku, he was shot and killed by the police on July 5th, 2015, inside his apartment. He was holding a hammer, but the police, the witnesses say that the cops escalated it instead of trying to de-escalate, and that sparked years of protests. Okay, basically they're saying black immigrants are treated as threats first, not citizens or neighbors. And then, in Canada, they have something called carding in Toronto. And that's where they they stop and question and ask for documents for people, even if they haven't committed a crime. And they oftentimes target blacks. And the Toronto police service showed black people arrested and stopped documented at a far higher rate than white people. Even when it comes to black renters in Toronto and Montreal, they're routinely denied apartments. They always have to come up with extra documentation. They're quoted higher rental amounts, whereas white applicants aren't. And then, they always say that black families have too many people. These are foreigners. These ain't our black. These are different kind of black. These are Somalians and whatnot. But again, they even the Canadians, the Canadians face higher, black Canadians face higher unemployment. Okay. So, it's the same stuff. And so whether they're, black people, whether they're immigrants or not in Canada, you're not escaping racism by going to Canada. Now, again, a lot of people act like, only these white countries are the problem and the United States and Canada is being too strict. Okay. But as you saw, the Caribbean countries, they don't want the Haitians either. And so, and I'm laying all this out because, black folks have a little apathy towards these black immigrants. And, we feel guilty about it because we're loving, wonderful people and we are very accepting. And here's the thing. You can't go around the rest of the world and people do that and just accept people in their culture. People don't do that. But, you heard some of the statements. The first one, they were St. Kitts and Nevis. The Haitians are excluded. He said this in January 2026. The Prime Minister, Terrence Drew, said the St. Kitts and Nevis had a limited agreement connected to the U.S. migration policy. But he made it absolutely clear that the Haitians were not to be sent to their island. And the government said that this was because of security concerns and limited space. And this was said publicly, and it was reported in the media. And see, bluntly, without being polite, this is what the government said. They basically, what security security concerns mean is they believe that bringing a large number of Haitians increases the risk of crime and violence and instability and loss of control. This is what they believe Haitians bring with them. Okay. You got to respect that. This is what they said. And these are your neighbors saying this. What about that Zopound posse down there and that's what you did with your time in Miami. Y'all started a game, right? And you're proud of it. That's what you did. You know, you're proud of it. You're proud of the drug dealing you're doing in New York. Proud of it. This is what you did. This is what they mean. Security concerns. They know you. They think you all bring crime. You bring violence. You bring instability. They think you're going to break down the public order. They say you're coming from a country that's run by gangs. In plain English, we don't want Haiti's problems imported to our country. And when they pair that with the limited space, because these are little tiny islands, what they really mean is if things go wrong, we don't have the police force or prisons or courts, the hospitals, or land to contain it. And they're choosing national survival over sympathy. And that's a hard truth. And this matters because it destroys the narrative that this is about white countries being racist or foundational Black Americans being uniquely hostile or xenophobic. Have you heard all these people on the internet with the nerve to tell Black Americans that we're being xenophobic because we're delineating and we're saying, no, that ain't us? You got these Black Caribbean governments are making the same calculation that they're just saying it quietly, that you're being polite. But they're still closing the door. Even the Bahamas. Did you know the Bahamas? Way back in September, the governor of the Bahamas, this man's name is Prime Minister Philip Davis. Old Philip said it would not allow Haitians to enter the country to apply for the U.S. So here was the plan. The plan was we were trying to be slick, okay? What we were going to do is we were going to put the U.S. visa processing center in the Bahamas, and we were going to send the Haitians over there. Y'all need to just wait outside the processing center. We're going to ship y'all over there in, a cruise ship, and y'all just hang out in the Bahamas until we get your papers work. And guess what the Bahamas said? They said, oh, no, you won't. They said we will not have, the Bahamas will not become a waiting area because that would bring a large number of Haitians into our country. I want you to keep in mind, they're still accepting other immigrants from other places. They just don't want Haitians. You see, and the government understood that this would create political, economic, and housing problems. So in plain, blunt language, what this means is, what they're saying is they didn't want the Haitians coming at all, even temporarily, because they believe once large numbers arrive, they wouldn't leave. They didn't want to become a holding pen or a dumping ground for people the United States didn't want to deal with either. You see, they didn't want the Haitian problems. They didn't want to absorb those people. Obviously, you folk are not compatible with the culture. Here's another one, Turks and Caicos. Both Turks and Caicos, just like St. Kitts and Nevis, no to the Haitians. They repeatedly said it over and over. We don't want Haitians. We don't have space. We don't have money. We don't have capacity to deal with this. And we're not going to let our country buckle under this weight. Now, they did agree to accept other immigrants, but they straight up said no to the Haitians. They're higher risk than other, I guess. You see, but when the government agrees to accept other immigrants but draws a hard line at Haitians, they're making a specific judgment, not a general. What they're saying without saying it out loud is they believe Haitian migrants come with problems, and they do not believe that come with those other groups. And so the message is clear. This is not about immigration in general. It's not about race alone. It's about a perceived risk and capacity brought by a certain group of people. Now, one thing I noticed, they didn't even bother asking the Dominican Republic. I don't think President Trump even bothered asking. He didn't call, hey, he didn't call. No. Why do you all think that is? Right? And it's important when you think about how migration pressure is being handled in the region. Let's get down to it. You all are going to learn a lot today. How many of you all have visited the Dominican Republic? It's a beautiful island. Been there several times. It's just really nice to hang out. I've rented some property down there. Beautiful, beautiful place. People seem pretty nice. They seem pretty black to me. If you ever go down there, they seem pretty black. They different shades of black. Okay, it's a sunny island, very black. All right. They speak Spanish. There are people who speak broken English, and some of the professionals speak English, but it's for the most part a Spanish-speaking island of dark brown people, from jet black to, light, but mostly black. Okay. Now, a little bit about the Dominican Republic. It's the second largest country in the Western Caribbean, right behind Cuba. And they share a border with Haiti. Okay, and as a casual observer of politics, we recognize that the Dominican attitudes toward Haiti have long been tense. Okay, and this tension isn't new, and it's not random. It's rooted in centuries of conflict and discrimination and outright violence. Here's the thing: one of the most famous examples is the 1937 Parsley Massacre. Are you all familiar with that? Because the Haitians will always go back to that. These Haiti Dominicans have treated us poorly. They go back to what's called the Parsley Massacre. It was ordered by a dictator. His name was Raphael Trudeau. He was a Dominican dictator. Okay, and for about 5 to 8 days, starting in October 2nd, 1937, when Hitler was doing his thing, right? Dominican soldiers went from town to town along the border and systematically murdered thousands of Haitian women and children. You hear that? From 9,000 to 30,000, killed them. And they call it the Parsley Massacre because, and this is like some of the historians say it's a dispute. They don't know how much, but in Spanish, the way you say parsley is parajil, okay? And here's the thing: the soldiers apparently use the word because they look alike. They all look alike. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They all, if they have to speak for you to recognize who's who, what does that mean? That means they're all black. They all look alike. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And the word, it was a test. They used the word parajil as a test. And the Dominican troops would hold up a little piece of a sprig of parsley, and they'd ask people to say the Spanish word parajil. But because many of the Haitians spoke Haitian Creole and not Spanish, they probably couldn't pronounce some of the words. It sounded differently. And if they couldn't produce that Spanish sound in the way the soldiers considered correct, they were identified as Haitian and they were shot. They were hacked to death. Remember, this is jungle justice we talking about. So they chopped these people up with machetes. It was in full effect. Now, the thing you have to understand, all of this happened under the dictator Trujillo. The man was ruthless. He was one of the most brutal dictators in the Western Hemisphere. And he ruled the Dominican Republic for 31 years until he was assassinated. And the thing you have to understand that under Trujillo, the country was under total control. Nothing moved without his permission. He was in control of the politics and the economy and the military and the press and even personal relationships with mine. You had to ask him, that's your girlfriend? Not anymore. She belongs to us. But again, the Dominican Republic was a police state for about 31 years. And Trujillo was so extreme that, I mean, they renamed cities, streets, schools. They even renamed churches after him and his family, man. I mean, the church of Trujillo, you know what I'm saying? And people were forced, they had to hang portraits in their homes and businesses of him. You understand? You had to be loyal to this man in public. You better not say anything bad about him. Even if you said it behind closed doors, you might get killed. He used the military. He had secret police. He had snitches. Torture was they would do stuff to you, man. They destroyed opposition and people disappeared overnight. 31 years. And here's the thing. If you got out of pocket, your family got punished. You mess up, abuela is going to be hung up by her baby toes from a mango tree, for 30 days and 30 nights. You better stay in line. So people were afraid. And the reason, even now, the reason you don't see a large number of Dominicans who migrated to the United States is because Trujillo wouldn't let them leave. They wouldn't allow them to leave. The country was on lockdown. Travel was tight. Leaving the country without permission, it could get you in prison. It could get you tortured. It can get you death. It could get your family hurt. And so Trujillo wanted Dominicans inside the country where he could control them. And migration meant loss of control. And so he wouldn't let them go. And so anyway, Trujillo killed a bunch of Haitians, in the parcel. But that was par for the course. That's what they did. You know what I'm saying? Because he killed Dominicans. He killed them by the thousands. I mean, the man ruled for 30 years. That was nothing. That's what they did. He killed political opponents. He killed journalists. He killed labor organizing. He killed students, priests, military officers. People got disappeared. And here's the thing. And I heard about this when I was down there. There was girls called the Mirabal sisters, Patricia, Minerva, and Maria Teresa. And so on November 25th, 1960, they were all murdered. And these women were heavy critics of Trujillo. They were brave women. They spoke up and like, motherfucker, Papi, you no good, Papi. I don't like, they spoke up. They're brave women. You see? And so he had them arrested. He had them beaten. These are women. They had the sisters beaten and murdered by secret police. And then he tried to set it up to look like a car accident with slick self. But people knew, and that turned the public against him because he was three girls, 3 women, the Maribels, and they knew that, he didn't like what they were saying, but they end up becoming national heroes, and their murder is commemorated globally as International Day of Elimination of Violence Against Women. And so Trujillo, he didn't just stop at his border. He ordered the assassination of the president of Venezuela. You understand that? Them Venezuelan presidents been catching hell. But the Venezuelan president at the time in 1960s was Romulo Betancourt, and they tried to bomb his car in Caracas, but the attack failed. But it let everybody everybody in the region on notice that Trujillo was a danger and he was a serious threat to the Caribbean. Now here's what you got to understand. At the same time, Trujillo pushed this extreme ideology. It was literally called anti-Haitianism. Okay, that's the way it trend. Anti-Haitianism, right? And it framed Haitians as racially inferior, dangerous, and incompatible culturally with the Dominican identity. And the ideology was fueled by the Parsley Massacre. Shout out to Torian Jones, which I said happened in 1937, where the Dominican soldiers slaughtered those Haitians and Dominicans of Haitian descent along the border. It's critical to understand this point clearly. Trujillo's racism was part of a larger system of absolute control. He used race, he used nationalism and fear as tools. And Haitians were targeted, but Dominicans lived under terror every day as well. Okay, so these were just rough times. But by the 1950s, Trujillo had made enemies everywhere, whether we're talking about Dominicans, the Catholic Church within their own military, internationally. And on May 31st, 1961, they put him down. You see what I'm saying? Matter of fact, his own homies killed him, his own allies unalived them in a very crucial way. But here's the thing you have to understand. For decades, Dominican governments have repeatedly deported thousands of Haitians. All right. And they've done it without due process. In 1991, there was a decree that they used to expel 6,000 Haitians and people of Haitian descent. So there's no birthright citizenship in the Dominican Republic. They sent tens of thousands out of there. They got them up out of there. Okay. They were separated from their families. They were denied legal rights. Whatever you had wasn't yours anymore. And here's the thing. Recently, some human rights organizations are documenting modern deportations and targeting Haitians living in the Dominican Republic. Okay? Undocumented Haitians, including people born in the DR, Haitian parents, people being detained in overcrowded centers with reports of abuse and poor conditions and forcibly being removed. Same thing we doing up here. All right. And there's a long legacy of racialized laws and policies that strip people of Haitian descent of their citizenship as Dominicans. And in 2010, they said there was an estimated 210,000 people of Haitian descent born in the Dominican Republic. They lost their citizenship after basically their equivalent of our birthrights, our 14th Amendment birthrights, they stripped it away from them. And so in April 2025, the Dominican government made headlines again. They deported some more of them. They pregnant women directly out the hospital. They snatched them up out there and sent them home. It was cruel. It was condemned by human rights. And groups called it cruel. And the UN Advocacy Organization said it's cruel. I think we can agree it's cruel, right? So here's the thing. The history between the Haitians and the Dominican Republic, it's not just a matter of political attention. It's one marked by genocide, violence, forced removals, discriminatory national laws, and modern deportation campaigns that disproportionately target Haitians and Dominicans of Haitian descent. And see, this is the part of what shapes the Dominican public opinion and policy towards Haiti. Now, I want y'all to understand something, okay? All right, now I laid all that out for a reason. Who's the bad guy in this situation? Just hearing that part. Who's the bad guy? Who are the bad people? Are the Haitians bad or the Dominicans bad? Let me know. Who's the bad people? Y'all let me know. Who's the bad people in this situation? It's easy, right? Black and white, right? The bad guys are Dominicans, right? Yeah. Somebody type DR. That's the bad guy. How dare they send all them poor people home and the bad guy, right? Right? It's easy. See, history is funny. It depends on who's talking. I try to give you everything, right? Y'all were mad at the Haitians 20 minutes ago. Y'all been mad at the Haitians for an hour and a half, and now you like, damn, but them Dominicans are worse, right? Now let's consider the context. Because now it's time to learn something. We learning a lot tonight. I hope you all appreciate what I'm doing here. And look, they share an island. A history of massacre, discrimination, and fear runs deep. Right? Okay. So, here's the thing. When you see the U.S. hasn't asked the Dominican Republic to take Haitian migrants, it's not an oversight. It's a straight political and social reality. The long, brutal history of anti-Haitian sentiment in the Dominican Republic, it makes it clear why the country would not be seen as a partner who's going to absorb and resettle the Haitians. And besides, we have a good relationship with the Haitians. Matter of fact, our country had a good relationship with Trujillo. He wasn't our problem. But, and I'm going to put this but there. I think we should re-examine the narrative about this. Okay? Because here's the thing. I want you to listen to me, right? We've already established that the bad guy is the Haitians. But again, when your neighbor when your neighbor has repeatedly shown violence and exclusion and outright hostility towards your people, you know, you don't expect them to open the door in a crisis. Now, here's the thing. Like most Black Americans, I was not taught anything about the relationship between the Dominican Republic and Haiti. I mean, let's be honest, okay? Let's can we just be honest with each other? Our country refers to those countries as shithole countries. Maybe not so much the DR. It's got favorite status. Many of you all have been there, right? But they're as irrelevant to the typical American as a gnat on a cow's ass, you know, that's walking through the pasture on the side of the road that you driving down at 80 miles per hour with your sunglasses on, head back, blasting your music. That's how relevant those islands are. Most of you all don't know the difference between the Dominica and the Dominican Republic. However, based on the scant social media reports, I was led to believe it's simply about racism, right? The Dominicans don't like Haitians because they Black, right? It's racism. And, you know, as a Black American, as a foundational Black American, that explanation made me, you know, hey, made sense to me at the time. Dominicans, you know, they quick to tell you me no Black. Dominicans are notoriously known for that. Me no Black, right? That's what we hear. That's the running joke. And Haitians are clearly Black, right? So you got the me no Blacks and the clearly Blacks. So it's easy to accept the story without ever being taught the full history behind why Dominicans feel the way they do. Most Black Americans, the moment we hear the word racism, automatically assume that the other side is at fault. That's a reflex. It's understandable. It comes from FBA lived experience, but that same reflex has stopped us from asking deeper questions when only one side of the story is being told. We see this all the time in American politics. The Democrats, you know, they do a good job at that. They tell us that the Republicans are racist, and we automatically vote Democrat, even when it's against our interests. And we've done it for years. Y'all voted for Kamala Harris. Y'all voted for Joe Biden. Immigrants haven't helped you. They were both pro-immigrant. But here's the thing. For many years, Dominicans did not have a voice in the places where these stories were being told. It wasn't because they didn't have anything to say. It's because they didn't have access. Language played a big role in that. Many Haitians speak French, they speak Creole, they speak Spanish, they speak English. And that made it easier for them to move through the US colleges and media and activist spaces, especially because they identify as Black. Most Dominicans, on the other hand, mainly speak Spanish. And as I said before, they really didn't leave the country. They had to stay there because of Trujillo. So as the Haitians were moving around the Caribbean and the United States, we didn't really see many Dominicans till after the 1960s. But nevertheless, they spoke Spanish, right? And so because of that, we're not reading Spanish. We definitely don't read those history books in Spanish. We don't see that special. So we really only heard the side of the story that makes the Dominicans appear like the bad guys, okay? And at the same time, as I said, many Haitians made a clear effort to connect themselves to Black American experience. We have famous hip hop groups, the Fugees, which is basically short for refugees, and they've become part of the black music. They're everywhere. And they and the other thing is a lot of the Haitians, they went to U.S. universities, they joined advocacy groups, they learned how to speak the language, they use in American racial politics, and we gave them access to Black American scholars and leaders and institutions that help shape public opinion. Dominicans often did not see themselves as Black in the same political way, So they didn't enter those spaces. So as a result, they were missing from the rooms where the research is written and where the classes were taught and the public stories are formed. And the system, and the system Black Americans built to share ideas and protect interests were not open to them in the same way. And what that did is it created an unfair situation. The Haitians had the language, the skills, the access, the institutions to tell their story, and the Dominicans didn't. And over time, this allowed Haitians compliments, complaints about the Dominican Republic and their government to be accepted as fact, while the Dominican side of the history was ignored, watered down, or pushed aside. And my point is not that racism doesn't exist. I'm not saying that, okay? And I'm not saying it doesn't exist in the DR. I've seen it up close and personal. What I'm saying is Black Americans have not been given the full story or they've only heard one version. And in fact, at this point, it's starting to be exposed. It's been exposed that certain NGOs have spent years funding propaganda that attacks Dominicans and twists their history. There was even a petition signed at CUNY calling for a boycott of the Dominican Studies Institute because they were caught lying and distorting historical facts. In a petition titled "Demand CUNY University Teach Authentic Dominican History." It was published online and collected signatures from people upset about how Dominican history has been taught at CUNY. And that petition states that the curriculum focuses on Haitian perspective of Dominican history and argues that this allegedly erases Dominican culture and heritage. Now, speaking as a foundational Black American, I want to be clear about something, and I want to be upfront. This is not my ancestral history. I visited the island. I've been a tourist. I was not taught this growing up. And like many Black Americans, I was given an oversimplified version of the relationship between Dominican Republic and Haiti. Just no different than how the Haitians probably talk bad about Black Americans, and we're not in those rooms to explain, the disrespect that we felt for them. I'm sure, they go tell other people, those Black Americans, I'm sure, right? But nevertheless, like many Black Americans, I was given a simplified version of the relationship between the Dominican Republic. They share an island. It's called Hispaniola. Columbus went there a couple times, and that's it. It was only later that I actually began to learn something like the historical timeline. So let's think about this. Let's go here. I want y'all to listen to me. And look, man, I need y'all to make sure y'all give me another. I still have not gotten my 5 subscribers. I need 5 people to subscribe to the channel so I can keep pushing. Okay, I need you all a matter for. Oh, okay, we got past that night. Okay, we got it. Shout out to everybody. We are at 92,032. I had to flip the dumb thing. Well, hell, let's see if we can get to 92,100. But look, let's learn something. So the first thing I need you to understand is that France wasn't on the island when the Europeans first arrived. Okay, when Spain was there. So France was not on the island at the time. It's significant because it destroys the version, a common belief that's incorrect, that shapes how people interpret Haiti and the Dominican Republic's relationship. Kind of people, if France and Spain got there at the same time, they're equal. And see, the reason that conversation matters is, first, it shows that Haiti and the Dominican Republic, they didn't emerge from the same colonial experience. Okay, the entire island was originally Spanish, a Spanish colony. It was Spanish speaking, beginning in 1492. Okay, the Dominican society developed more than 2 centuries under Spanish rule with Spanish language. They were Catholic. Okay, Spanish was their cultural system, and it took roots long before France ever arrived and created Haiti. Okay, Haiti, by contrast, it emerged later from a French plantation system. Okay, on the western side, and those are 2 very different historical paths. One arose from a Spanish colony, The other one rose because this is purely a money-making scheme. We're going to bring these black Africans over here and we're going to work them. And that's going to be it. The other side was a colony. We live here. Okay. And here's the thing. That undercuts the idea that Dominicans are simply rejecting Haitians because of race. If France had been on the island from the beginning, you could argue that both societies grew up together and later split because of racial hostility. Because, you know, Haitians are 95% black and Dominican Republic is like the most diverse group of people on the planet ethnically. But these societies didn't emerge together or at the same time. That's not what happened. The Dominican identity existed before Haiti existed as a political or cultural entity. And the divide is not just racial, it's historical, it's cultural, it's linguistic, it's political. Third, and I want to clarify something, Haitians and Dominicans have a different relationship to blackness. Haitian national identity was forged through a slave revolt against France, okay, that lasted about 13 years, which naturally centers black liberation at the core of their nation. The Dominican identity formed earlier and differently under Spanish, with a population of mix. They had Taino, which are basically Indians. They had Africans. They had Spanish influence over centuries. And under that timeline, it explains why the Dominicans, they don't always frame identity primarily through race in the same way as Haitians. And the other thing is, it explains why later events like the Haiti occupation of the eastern side, you know that Haiti occupied or invaded the Dominican Republic, you see? And they did that from 1822 to 1844, you see? And that's one of the reasons why they don't share a brotherhood or they have this black liberation. They basically were under Haiti's control, and Haiti was seen as a foreign government. Now, that distinction is often lost when people assume both sides came from the same colonial roots. They didn't. So what I'm saying is France was not on the island at the time, and that matters because it corrects the timeline. And once that timeline is correct, that conversation changes. What often gets framed as a simple anti-black racism begins to look more like a clash between two societies that formed under different empires at different times with different identities, and that doesn't excuse any wrongdoing, but it does explain the relationship, and it can't just reduce it to racism. Now, this is where the timeline really matters, especially when people try to reduce an entire history between the Dominican Republic and Haiti down to anti-black racism. And that explanation starts to fall apart once you start looking at the facts. So the island was colonized by Spain during Christopher Columbus's first voyage in 1492. The trip was funded by Queen Isabella of Spain, and the voyage wasn't even meant to go to the Americas. They were trying to find a route to India, and Columbus, crashed in the Caribbean. He crashed in the island of Hispaniola. They call it Hispaniola. Actually, it was called oh my God, it was let me see. Puerto Rico was called Boricua. Jamaica was actually called Jamaica. In the Dominican Republic was called Isqueya. That's what the Tainos call it. They call it Isqueya. Okay? That's where the Taino lived. And the Taino stands for happy people. That was what they call themselves, happy people. That's what Taino means. And so anyway, I mean, you can imagine it was out there chilling, hanging out, having a good time, enjoying life. But for 4 years later, in 1496, the Spanish came in and they founded Santo Domingo. That was the first permanent city, European city in Americas. And that tells us how early, that's 500 years, this is how early the Spanish controlled and established themselves in that country. And that's early. Okay, so then during the 1500s, Spanish began to bring enslaved Africans there to Santo Domingo. So for 200 years, it was just Spanish-speaking people on this island. 200 years, okay? Haiti wasn't there. There was no Haiti. It was just the Spanish colony. They had European Spaniards, they had Africans, they had Indians, and all these people began to mix together. The population already included Black Africans right alongside the Tainos and the Spaniards. So obviously there were people on the island we would clearly recognize as Black as long before the French brought the Africans they call Haiti. And that matters because it shows something very important. The Blackness was not foreign to the eastern side of the island, which would have been the Dominican Republic. And Africans were present from the beginning of Spanish rule. They were part of the labor force, they were part of the population, and eventually part of the society that developed there. The Dominican society, okay, it didn't form in opposition to Black people. It formed with Black people already inside. So when people try to explain every conflict between the DR and Haiti as simply anti-Black racism, that explanation ignores a historical reality. You can't logically argue that a society built from Indians, Africans, and European Spanish starting in the 1400s was fundamentally anti-Black at its core, especially before Haiti even existed and before France ever arrived on the island at all, okay? That doesn't mean racism didn't exist. It doesn't mean that relationship between the two societies can't be reduced. Well, what it means is it can't be reduced to just a single racial motive. That conflict developed later between two populations formed under different empires, different systems, different languages, and different political realities. And so ignoring that early presence of Africans on the island oversimplifies the story and later and leads people to the wrong conclusions. And once you understand that Black people were already on that island centuries before Haiti became a nation, it becomes clear that history here is far more complex than, slogan level explanation that most of you all assume. Hit the number 1 button if you still with me. I need you all to hit the number 1 button. Let me know you're still with me. And here's the thing. Again, like I said, most people assume that France was always present on that island. That's not accurate, okay? Because for 200 years, some say 205 years, France had no control over Haiti at all right? And the entire island was known as Santo Domingo, and also was called Hispaniola, all right? And there's historical documents to show that the people were already being referred to as Dominicanos. And that name is linked to the Order of the Dominicans, which is a Catholic religious order from Spain. And this naming predates the Dominican independence for centuries. Okay, so now let's move forward. 1697, Spain gives up part of the western portion of the island of France under the Treaty of Ryswick. And this happens after Spain had already shifted much of the people eastward to avoid piracy. They'd already moved their stuff to the Dominican side, right? They're tired of them damn pirates. You know, Jamaica was founded by pirates. Pirates were everywhere. Pirates of the Caribbean. So around a year later, 1698 to 1698, the French said, we're going to set this place up. It's going to be a colony. We're gonna bring these, we're going to do what the Americans doing. We're going to bring these Africans over here. We're going to work them. We're going to work them. We're going to work these Hebrews. We're going to work them like Hebrew slaves, right? That's what they said. We're going to bring these Africans over here. We're going to work them. We're going to work them. And they did. And those same Africans are the ancestors of what we now call Haitians. Now, let's talk about the Haitian Revolution. How many of you all know about the Haitian Revolution? Okay. All right. You guys heard about it? See, let me try to help you guys understand something. So one fact that often gets overlooked is how compressed the timeline really is. France didn't begin importing large numbers of Africans into the colony until 1698. Okay. All right. 1698. 1698, 1699. All right. Slavery on the western side of the island. That means, and mind you, the Haitian Revolution started in 1791. So from 1698 to 1791. So slavery on the island of Hispaniola, or should I say on the Haitian side of the island, it lasted less than 100 years. That's a couple of generations. So the Haitians weren't enslaved very long. Now the population was made up largely of enslaved people. Like remember, and let me go back to that. African Americans were enslaved for 256 years, but remember, we were surrounded. See, we were surrounded. We were the dominant society is called the dominant society because there's a whole lot of them. The Haitians were hundreds of thousands of deep, and the European colonizers was a much smaller number. And so that population of Africans rose up and they defeated colonial empire, France. They destroyed the plantations. It took them 13 years. It started in August of 1791 when they revolted against the French plantation owners. And by the time Santo Domingue was at that time, it was a rich colony. All right, one of the most profitable slave societies in the world. And on the eve of that revolution, the population of Africans was 500,000. They had 500,000 black slaves, 32,000 French colonists, and about 24,000 free people of color. All right, and some of them owned slaves, and many of them were mixed race, and they owned land, and they owned slaves, and they had businesses. Just like many of you black folk here in the United States, mixed race. Now, from the beginning of the revolution, the revolution was not a single unified movement. Remember, this thing lasted 13 years, so it was going. It was multi-sided. It was a conflict that involves the Africans, the free people of color, white colonialists, and later you had foreign powers come in, and leaders such as Toussaint Louverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. You know who that is? You know who those people are, right? And they fought not only against France, but they had internal rivals for control of the colony. And over time, the struggle became increasingly radical and violent and uncompromising. Now, on January 1st, 1804, Haiti declared independence. That's an important day. Haiti declared independence on January 1st, 1804, after 13 years of fighting with France. But see, here's the thing. The violence didn't end with independence. The way the revolution unfolded fast and brutal and fueled by fear of re-enslavement, guess what happened, right? It didn't end there. Now, the first thing, I'm gonna back up a little bit and I'm gonna explain to you all, part of the Haitian Revolution that is ignored is the role of the free people of color. And I believe the word, well, I'm gonna just call them free people of color, but it's a French word, gens de couleur. And I know I butchered that, but that's okay because this is America and I'm talking to Americans who speak English, so that's what we do. But again, before the revolution, many of them, they were wealthy, they were educated, they were socially elevated compared to most of the other Africans, and they owned property and sometimes they owned slaves, and they demanded equal rights with the white colonialists, right? So they had money. They were brown, they were dark, they were colored, they were mixed. You see what I'm saying? They were a mixed population. But they were still legally discriminated against because of their race, and they were excluded from political power. But keep in mind, it wasn't a whole lot of them, right? It was just, it was 24,000 colored free people of color and 32,000 French people. But anyway, they had internal conflict. They had something that popped off called the War of the Knives, and that was a fight between Toussaint Louverture and his, a black former slave, and Andre Rigaud, a powerful mixed race leader. So, you had the racial animosity going on, the interracial, there's a lot going on in that. Okay. But the thing is, as I said earlier, and sometimes it got black and white, and sometimes it got black versus interracial or black versus multiracial. And these purges sent a powerful message and a lasting message inside Haitian society, and political loyalty mattered most, but race and color still shaped who was trusted and who was sent. Some of them kind of saw the mixed race people as demonstrate a lack of loyalty. They kind of liked the system the way it was set up. They had made their way up and owned things, and they were vested in the system, okay? But the revolution had begun by destroying white supremacy, but it soon turned inward, reinforcing these deep suspicions towards mixed race elites who were viewed as too close to colonial power and not black enough. You understand what I'm saying? And so by the time independence arrived in 1804, mistrust between the formerly enslaved Africans and the mixed race elites, it was entrenched. And this helps explain why the post-independence Haitian leadership attempted to erase the color distinctions altogether. So in the 1805 Haitian Constitution, and this is important, they declared that all citizens would be legally known as black. You could be light, bright, damn near white, and you still be considered black, regardless of your skin tone. And that's not what they did in Haiti. I mean, that's not what they did in the Dominican Republic. Now, on paper, this was meant to eliminate the French racial caste system. If everybody's black, we can't have a caste system. It ignored the obvious, but you know, in practice, it also reflected how violently those categories had already been contested and how dangerous color distinctions have become. So in this regard, you can kind of say that the government was, you know how colorism works. It still worked. They were still using it, but it was in the inverse. Now, culturally, this legacy mattered. It shaped how Haitian society came to view people who they considered not quite black enough. They associated lighter skin or mixed ancestry with betrayal, elitism, or foreign influence. And those attitudes didn't disappear with independence. They hardened through the years of internal conflict and bloodshed. Are y'all listening to me? Okay, now imagine being a Dominican neighbor, especially in the DR, where racial mixing had been common for centuries, and the Haitian Revolution didn't just look like a fight against slavery, it looked like a warning. It looked like a revolution that moved fast and destroyed an entire social class and turned inward to eliminate what it perceived as threats amongst whites and mixed race elites. Okay? Just think about that. You on that island and they killing people over there just because of how they look. You understand? I just want, there's no Navy coming in, there's no backup coming. Now, I want you to listen to something. We as Black Americans, we like, yeah, revolution, 1804. We hear that all the time, right? Now, I want you all to hear me. So the Haitians declared independence on January 1st, 1804. And the new head of state was Jean-Jacques Dessalines. He made a deliberate decision to remove what he believed were ongoing threats to the survival of the new nation. Somebody type new nation in the chat room. The new nation. You know how we talk about America, and we talk about how America was founded? We talk about that. I talked to you all the other day about Rome and how it was founded, right? Remember that? The rape of the Sabine women, how Romulus killed Remus, that. We know our American history. Well, Jean-Jacques Dessalines deemed that there was a threat to the survival of the new nation. And those threats, in his view, were the remaining French whites. Remember, the military was gone. They got the military up out, they fought them for 13 years. Okay? So who was left? Mostly civilians. They had participated. They had benefited from the slave system. The hell, they might have even aided the French in trying to reclaim the colony. You see? So here's the thing. Between January, really it's like February 1804 and April 1804, Jean-Jacques Dessalines ordered a coordinated campaign across Haiti to kill, murder most of the remaining civilian French population. Did y'all know that? See, this wasn't spontaneous mob violence. This was the state. It was directed by the state. This black man carried out by military units under his order, and local commanders, they followed orders. What did they do? Well, according to the historians, they initially tried to intentionally avoid mass public executions at first. Instead, they would try to kill quietly and locally. The order went out, we're gonna kill all these white people we're gonna kill them all. We're gonna kill them all. They went town by town. They didn't want panic. They didn't want resistance. Initially, what they did was they targeted the French. You know, we celebrate the Haitian Revolution, right? This is it. Let's celebrate it. Somebody type 1804 in the chat room. Let's type 1804 in the chat room. Let's go ahead and type 1804 in the chat room, you foundational Black Americans. Let's talk about it. Let's celebrate this. This is what they celebrated. And see, I know my people. I know Black America. This ain't us. It's not what we do. 1804. This Haitian military went around. They targeted the men at first. They arrested them, okay, under pretext. And then they quietly executed them. And then, you know, they said, we'll spare the women and children. We'll spare the women and children. But later, Dessalines ordered that they be killed also. And this went on for 3 or 4 months. Can you imagine? So Jean-Jacques Dessalines, basically, he killed the men first, even though these were civilians. I'm sure some of them might have participated and benefited, but you also kill women and children, babies, are what we're talking about. He ordered they be killed as well, arguing that leaving them alive would allow future claims of ownership or revenge. They killed them with knives. They cut them up with knives. They hacked them up with machetes, and they beat them to death with clubs, and they stabbed them with bayonets. They didn't use the firearms. That too expensive. They hacked them to death. Children, babies. This is somebody type 1804. Don't run now. Don't run now, Black people. All you foundational Black people, you've been celebrating it. Yeah, Haitian liberty. Yeah, don't run away now. They hacked to death women and children. They killed babies during the Haitian Revolution. Now, keep in mind, independence had already been declared. The war had gone. They won 13 years. They won. But just in case, we're going to kill the women and children and kill all the men. They didn't tell you about this? They didn't tell you that? So, they had to save on ammunition, so they just used their machetes and knives, and they beat children and women to death. That's what they did. Entire families were wiped out in some cases. Entire families. Some of the witness accounts describe people being dragged from their home. Can you imagine a woman being dragged from her home with a baby in her arms and killed right there in the courtyard or executed outside of towns? This is the Haitian Revolution. This is what I don't know why they don't ever bring about. Why don't you ask them about that? They estimated between 3,000 to 5,000 French people white people were slaughtered, after the war had been the independence. Now, keep in mind, the war was over. These are civilians we killed. People are, all right, let's go back. Now, I would call that a war crime. You see, that's what the Nazis did. That's a war crime. These noble Haitians that you all, they always bragging on it. I mean, you can look at this stuff. It's on the internet. Now, they did exempt some white people, Polish soldiers who defected from the French, some Germans, and a few others who were not viewed as enemies. They had a very small number of folk that were protected. But most of the French and the whites, they weren't exempt, regardless of their age or gender. That means children, babies, old women, young women. And again, Jean-Jacques Dessalines' justification, he openly stated that he believed that any remaining French presence was an existential danger. You got 500,000 black people on that side of the island and you think that's a danger? Why couldn't you just let them go? You see? Now, he said France had already tried to retake the colony and he feared re-enslavement and foreign intervention and internal sabotage and claims of land of compensation for former colonials. But, if you take something by war and blood, it's a war. You don't go killing babies and women and children. I can kind of understand why you would kill men, but I mean, are we talking about young boys? Because if you killed all the young teenage boys and the men, there was nothing left below. That's a slaughter. That's what the United States Army did to the Native Americans, and we call that an atrocity. But yet we celebrate the Haitian victory. We celebrate that, don't we? Don't we celebrate that? Don't we celebrate it? We celebrate that. So basically, this was what is called a preemptive act of national defense. We just gonna kill them before they even we're gonna we're gonna get them all out of here. But again, from a modern day framework, from an international justice standpoint, that fits the definition of a mass killing of civilians, including women and children. That's a war crime. But that's how the war ended. Now, see, why does that matter? Okay, are y'all still with me now? Why does that matter? Do you think that happened in a vacuum? Why do you think that matters to the rest of the Caribbean? You see? Don't you think the Dominicans saw that? And the Jamaicans? They watched it happen. That revolution didn't stop at independence. The leadership killed women and children, civilians. They eliminated what they perceived as a threat. There's no indication they were any immediate harm. Why couldn't you deal with that at a later point? So that new state was built through extreme violence even after victory. That is their reputation. That history shaped how their neighbors and societies understood Haiti. These people are violent. These people are ferociously violent. They warred with the mixed people. They killed the mixed race people. They slaughtered the French women, children, and whoever after the war was over. I'm just asking you, what would your perception be of these people? What would your perception be of Jean-Jacques Dessalines? You know, this person that these people try to get us to celebrate. That's not what we did. We didn't kill women and children as foundational Black Americans. That ain't us. That's not our culture. I mean, they recognize that these people are willing to use ruthless force to secure itself. So when people today say, why are other Caribbean nations wary? Maybe it's part of their historical memory, whether people consciously recall it or not. I mean, they bring it up enough. I mean, they bring it up enough, right? Now, that doesn't justify slavery. It doesn't justify the brutality that Haitians suffered under France. This doesn't say that the revolution lacked cause, but it does explain why some observers then and now saw the post-independence killings as extreme. And, you know, why I'm reducing all this, you know, later conflict, you know, how can we reduce all the later conflict to just simple anti-Black racism? That kind of leaves out a critical part of the story. When people celebrate January 1st, 1804, they're celebrating liberation from slavery, but the historical record also shows that liberation was followed by a campaign of mass civilian slaughter of women and children and babies and old people carried out deliberately over several months. And both things are true at the same time, and understanding both is necessary if we're going to have an honest conversation about how Haiti has been viewed, rightly or wrongly, by its neighbors ever since. Now, somebody said, I feel like Dennis doesn't like Haiti, okay, but you got called the evilness that those power did to the Black. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm going to call evil, evil, no matter what. I think it was evil that what white people did. I think it was evil what the Nazis did. And if I see this white people doing the same thing or Black people doing the same thing the Nazis did, am I not supposed to call that? You don't want me to acknowledge that? What does that make you? That makes you like those white supremacists who bury their head in the sand when their team does atrocities. That's what that makes you. It makes you a coward. We don't do that on this page. Now, I went on and on for like 30, 40 minutes talking about what the Dominicans did. Nobody said it feels like Dennis doesn't like Dominicans. But the minute what I'm telling you no longer fits the narrative, you run away. I don't like cowards on this page. You can't be here and not be disturbed. These are just, you can look this up. This ain't hard to figure out. All I'm doing is putting it in your face where you can look at it. Now, if you want to be a coward, you go right on ahead, but it's right there, man. I call it like, I'm trying to, you want to understand what's going on? Because see, here's the thing. I want to know why all these people don't like these goddamn Haitians. I want to know why all these Caribbean countries say, nah, you can't come. I want to know why their neighbor, the Dominican Republic, don't mess with them. I'm trying to understand, what is the history behind these people? You want to know why Black people don't hang out with white people? Because they used to do stuff to us like hang us and lynch us. We would go in their neighborhoods, they would beat us up. They would grape our women just for walking down the street. And so people step into other people's business. Why don't these white people are so nice? They still get what's wrong. It's just you Blacks need to work harder. And then we get mad. We get mad when people judge us because we have a collective history and understanding of these people. You understand what I'm saying? Now here it is, we in 2026, and for whatever reason, my Black American brothers and sisters have decided to rest. In other words, we ain't dealing with this, man. Let them go home. We've been dealing with these people 40, 50 years, and they treat us like trash. They disrespectful, and we still feel guilty like, but damn, those are Black people. Those are Black people, man. Damn, man. And now I'm trying to explain to you, yeah, they are Black people, but you feel the same way about these Black people just like the other Black people who know them the best feel about them. And there's something to that. So let's try to figure out what it is. How did this culture develop? What kind of culture is this that make all the Black people in their region not want to be around them? And including a Black ass neighbor called the Dominican Republic. And no matter what they say, me no Black, they Black as hell. They just Black people that speak Spanish. Nevertheless, let's understand why they don't want to be associated with them. That's where we are. This is not about like or dislike. This is about understanding. Let the church say understanding. Now, put yourself in the mindset of the average Dominican on the other side of the island in this highly mixed society of Spanish, African, Taino, and Spanish really means white, okay? All these people blended together through daily life, families, and culture, and racial mixing. That was their normal thing. We didn't have to do slavery. We were colonized. All right, they gone, whatever. It was part of how their society worked. It formed slowly. These people just moved in. These Haitians just moved in here 100 years ago. We've been here 200 years. Imagine living in a house. You've been there 15, 20 years. You got a new neighbor that just moved in a couple years ago, and they raising hell over there. Damn, they are raising hell. You like, damn, we've been here. We shouldn't have sold them. We shouldn't have sold them that parcel of land. Ah, damn, they're killing each other. Shit, let's keep them over there. Right? We ain't like that. Next door, all this killing going on over in Haiti. Ooh. That looked different to them. See, in the French colony of Saint-Domingue, society was tightly divided by race and class. And when the revolutionary started, those racial lines, they didn't fade away. Okay? You understand? They became deadly. People were judged in Saint-Domingue. People were judged by who they were, how they looked, who they were loyal to. Revolutionary leaders talk about openly removing white threats. And that violence didn't stop there. Mixed race elites, their supporters. Internal conflicts. It was a lot of bloodshed going on over there for 13, 14 years. So if you the neighbor and you like, they killing people over there that look like us. They are killing people just for looking like us. You understand what I'm saying? Well, as long as they stay over there, don't worry about it. Pass the plantain. Now, that fear doesn't really require Dominicans to hate black people. It came from watching a nearby revolution where race, loyalty, and power were sorted through violence. Even after the independence was won, they killing babies. You don't think they heard about that? Now, of course, Haiti became a country where the population was overwhelmingly descended from enslaved Africans. And it's 90 to 95% African ancestry. Very, very small white mixed population. So you got two societies on the same island with very different colonial systems and very different revolutions and a very different history. They don't even speak the same language. Now, here's something else y'all probably didn't know. Hit the #1 button. Okay? But now for a highly mixed society like what is now called the Dominican Republic, watching your neighbor go through a revolution that used violence to settle racial and political questions, the fear it created wasn't theoretical, it felt like a real threat. Okay? Now, I want y'all to understand something. Haiti never fought Spain. Remember, Spain was in charge of the Dominican side of the island for a minute. Are y'all learning something, by the way? If you learning something, make sure you type yes in the chat room. I need you to, because I got a lot of people in here, but I want to make sure you're learning something, okay? And I'm going to wrap this up because I want to let y'all go and get ready for tomorrow. But I want you to understand, when you see these people crying about, they're sending us back to Haiti, these are the people that don't nobody want to come to their country. And I'm trying to help y'all understand, and you can take this and study and go with it. But let's try to understand, okay, maybe we hear your sympathy, but we have to take that with a caveat. There's a reason all the rest of these people don't like you. And it ain't just because you helped liberate. Apparently, you not only did you get the way you did it, sometimes it's the way you do things. Damn, you couldn't send a letter to Napoleon and say, hey, look, take these French people back. We don't want them here. You just had to kill them all. Was there another way? You got to kill the kids too. Why don't you send the kids to the Dominican Republic? Here, take these white people. You couldn't do anything. You just had to go around killing them all. I'm saying this is what You know, I'm saying you made a choice. But again, Haiti never fought Spain. Haiti fought the French. They got free. It was a war with France, not the Spanish Empire. See, by the 1700s, by the time, look, Spain had already said, look, we're going to go down to Peru. We got other stuff. We're going to Mexico. We're going to Peru. We finished with this little island. We got everything we could. We'll leave it there. Okay? They had very little interest in fighting the Revolutionary War with their army for Hispaniola. Okay? We gone on somewhere else. So in 1821, I want y'all to listen to this very carefully. In 1821, what we know now is the Dominican Republic declared independence from Spain. Y'all don't want us no more? Okay, we free, Poppy. We out of here. 1821. Guess what happened? What do you think happened after that? So, word got around. Oh, so y'all free from Spain? Oh, y'all not a Spanish colony anymore? Oh, Spain is over in Peru? Oh, okay. They in Mexico, so y'all don't even fool with Spain them no more, huh? So basically, look, immediately, Haiti invaded Spain. Haiti invaded Dominican Republic. What do we know as the Dominican Republic? I want you to think about that. You declare, I'm free, we free from Spain. We finally got our own island, right? We finally free. It's 17. We didn't have to do what them crazy the Haitians did over there. We just waited another, 16 years or so, and we free. And then Haiti invaded them. The DR side had got free from the white Spanish colonizer, and before it could even stand up on its own, the Haitian army forces invaded and took control of it. So by 1822, the eastern side of the island, what we now know as the Dominican Republic, was under control of Haiti. Did y'all know that? Did you all know that Haiti, as soon as the DR got free, they got the Haitians came and invaded them under Haitian rule? This is what they did. This is in your books, right? They came and they basically were the booty bandits of the island. They just came and took it. And the people on that side, of the Dominican side of the island, they were forced to live under a system. It wasn't their own. One of the first things they changed, the language. I want you to think about that. Dominicans has been speaking Spanish for 300 years in the Dominican, and they made the Dominican speak. They made Spanish the official language of the government and business in everyday life. Can you imagine that? We all speak English here in the United States, right? Imagine we get invaded by, pick a state. Let's say we get invaded by China, and they make us learn Chinese. Can you imagine that? You can't go to the bank if you don't speak Spanish. You can't be a congressman. You got to learn to speak Chinese. This is what you got to do. So now Haiti has colonized the Dominican side of the island. They forcing them to speak that French Creole. It's the language of government and business and everyday life. Okay, it was pushed through official use. Whether we talk about government and military business, it was all done in French and Haitian Creole. These people didn't even understand the language like that. They spoke Spanish their whole life. They don't even know what they're doing. So that meant the Dominicans were expected to deal with the government that they did not use and didn't even use their own language. Here's another thing. You know, them Dominicans are very religious. You see? So the eastern side of it was mostly Catholic. And the Catholic Church was a big deal. It was a big part of the Dominican life. That's their church. I mean, it's We talking about 1822. There ain't nothing else to do. They didn't have TV or cell phone. They couldn't scroll like some of y'all scrolling. They went to church. Church was the thing that kept them busy. Work, church. You see what I'm saying? That's what they did. It was a big deal. It's part of who they are, even now. They were mostly Catholic. That was a big part of their life. Did you know under Haitian rule, they took the church's land? You understand that? The Haitian army took the church's land. They forced the priests out of the Catholic Church. The church lost the land, it lost its influence. See, this wasn't just politics. They literally stripped these people's faith and traditions away. That's what the Haitians did when they colonized the Dominican side. So we're gonna force you to speak. You better do it. We're gonna force you to speak Creole. We're gonna take the church away. Hell, even if you own land, you are a landowner. You own land for hundreds of years. They snatched the Dominican land away. They took the property and redistributed it without permission. They didn't give anybody any money. They didn't give them a darn thing. Property rights were ignored. I mean, you had families who owned generations of land. Just suddenly, they just broke. They poor. You just took everything from these people. Mind you, they just got free. They just got free. They didn't even have an army. They just got free. And you just came over there and took advantage. And they gave it to Haitians to have it under control. And here's another thing. They always talk about the Haitians they ended slavery. Yeah, but they enforced some agricultural labor policies. What does that sound like to you? Agricultural labor policies? And the policies were about money, because here's the cold part about it. See, after Haiti became independent and France did what? It imposed this huge debt called the French indemnity as a price for being recognized as a country. Why do you think they did that? Why do you think France said, no, y'all gonna pay us? What do you think happened? Do you think they forgot about all those women and children that they killed and slaughtered, those citizens? You think they forgot about that 16 years ago? Huh? Do you think they forgot about that? No. They said, you're going to pay us 150 million francs, and that's about $20 billion today. Keep in mind, we bought Mexico right about the same time for 600 million. So this was punitive. You see what I mean? But I want you to understand, look, I mean, and Napoleon said, I'm gonna blow up, you know what? I'm gonna put y'all back on the list. If you don't pay the money, I'm gonna come blow up Port-au-Prince. So you're gonna pay this 20 billion. Now they eventually reduced it to 90 million francs, which is still about 10 to 15 billion. Yeah, I'm gonna reduce it a little bit. Yeah, we'll drop it down to 10 billion. This is what they did. And guess what? Haiti couldn't afford to pay that debt. So what did it do? It invaded the Dominican side. It invaded the Dominican Republic, right? People who had nothing to do with Haiti's war against France, nothing to do with their revolution, didn't participate in, and forced the Dominican people to pay the doggone debt to France. Think about that. Can you imagine that? And they did that for 30 years. It was 22 years. And here's another call. Think about that. You didn't piss France off. You didn't kill off a bunch of their citizens. They didn't hit you with a debt that you'll never be able to pay off. So they're going to keep you broke and crippled. You still paying them. Yeah, you got freedom, but your ass is still paying them everything. You giving them all your money. I mean, hell. Think about it. You were slaves, right? You were slaves, enslaved, and you were working, and now you still working. Now you're a free slave. Now you got to pay these people $20 billion or they're going to come blow your island up. I want you to think about it. So were you really free or was it all in your mind? Don't sound like free to me. But again, Haiti said, y'all better pay us. And then what did they do? They invaded their neighbor. They invaded the Dominican Republic, didn't have anything to do with it. This is in the collective minds and history of these people. Okay? You went over there, you made them speak French, you took their property from them, you ran the government, you took their money from them. They couldn't even stand up. They just got free from one colonizer, a white colonizer, and then a black colonizer came over there and did it. People that had anything to do with that war. And here's another thing. That wasn't just it. The Haitian troops, they didn't have any supplies. They didn't have anything in Haiti. They didn't have nothing. So what did they do? They went over to the eastern side and they would take food. They took the animals from the people. They took supplies. They took everything. All the hate. I mean, damn, you came over here from your dirty side of the island. You came to our side of the island. The minute I bet the Dominicans was like, look, we need France. We need Spain to come back over here because that seemed to be the only thing keeping these Dominicans at bay. The minute we declare our freedom, the Haitians said, oh, we're going to go get them now. Spain is gone, so we're going to take over. And you start taking their things and taking their money. You took their food, their livestock. This is what they did to these Dominican communities. How humiliating. Farms were empty. Livestock was taken. Tools that were needed to work the land. Daily life was hard for that. You see? And the Dominicans didn't even have a political voice. They didn't have an army. They didn't have a political. They just got free. They couldn't challenge the decisions. They couldn't change the laws. I mean, all the judges were Haitians. All the major decisions came down from the Haitians. Choices about land, labor, language, religion. Everything was, they had an occupying force that lasted for 22 years. And I'm not speaking theory. They are talking about being told what language they could use, losing their church, losing their land. Shout out to Andrew. I'm glad Andrew learned something. We are 3 hours in. It seems to be only 12 people that have learned something. It's only 12 people. I've got to do a better job. I certainly do apologize for being a failure here tonight. Okay, I will definitely try to do a better job. I'm trying to help, but only 12 people understood anything. My God, I must, where did I go wrong? But anyway, for 22 years, okay, 22 years, they had to deal with that. And they're forced to pay a debt worth billions of dollars in our time. And you took the animal, they don't have anything to work with. And that experience has built a resistance, right? And why when chance came in 1844, the Dominicans moved, and they moved quick. And they pushed them Haitians, and they pushed their butts up out of there, and they declared independence again. You see? That's why the Haitians the Dominicans have 2 independence days. The day they got free from Spain and the day they got free from the Haitians. Even after the Dominicans forced the Haitians out in 1844, it still wasn't over. You know, them Haitians had the nerve, they wouldn't even recognize the Dominican Republic as an independent country until 1865. So another 21 years went by. And see, that delay wasn't accidental. Many of these, the scholars agree, them Haitians planned to come back. They really truly believed in their heart that the entire island should be theirs and fall under their rule. That's my bitch. That's my main. I'm going back. That's how they really felt. I mean, it was some real penitentiary type mentality. So I want to be clear about something in real terms. The Dominican kicked the Haitians' forces out in 1844, but they still spent 2 decades living under constant threat, knowing that Haiti might come back. Independence, I mean, imagine the fear. Imagine the generational fear that these people had to go through. It meant they had to watch their borders. They had to prepare for an invasion. They had to defend a sovereignty year after year. That kind of pressure, it doesn't fade quickly. It hardens people. When people say Haiti helped the Dominicans during the restoration war against Spain, context matters. Spain was also threatening Port-au-Prince. And at the same time, Haiti's involvement was not charity, it was self-interest. Haiti did not want Spain reestablishing control over the island. They wanted to take the damn Dominican side of the island. They didn't want Spain back. Yeah, we'll help you. Yeah, y'all, we'll help you out. Yeah. Can we stay? No, y'all go back. Y'all going back over there. You understand? They just didn't want Spain to get set up in there again. You understand what I'm saying? See, look here. Helping them to fight off the Spanish for a minute doesn't erase 22 years of occupation. It didn't erase those land seizures. It didn't erase forcing those people language suppression and closing their churches and forcing them to work and pay off your damn debt. Okay, it didn't do that. And so when people ask why Dominicans have trust issues, somebody type trust issues, Poppy. Somebody type Poppy in the chat room. Somebody type trust issues in the chat room. The answer is not it's not emotional, it's not imaginary. Historically, and it's repetitive. Haiti did not try to control the Dominican side of the island one time. They tried again and again and again after decades. They tried through invasions, occupations, reconquest campaigns. And when you lay the record out plainly, it's very clear. Okay? Hell, as early as 1801, Toussaint Louverture moved into Santo Domingo and took control of the Spanish side of the island. And it was at that moment the entire island was effectively under control of his authority. This wasn't symbolic. Early 1805, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, already killed up all the French. You see, he invaded the Dominican side of the island. He had 2 Haitian armies march towards Santo Domingo from February through March 1805. You see what I'm saying? 1822, I told you about that already. They occupied the Dominican side of the island for 22 years. You see? And the Dominicans finally expelled them Haitian forces and declared independence in February 27, 1844. And that still wasn't the end. They still wouldn't let go. They came right back in March of 1844, a month later, and launched what's called the first reconquest attempt. They wouldn't go away, little pesky Haitians. They had a battle of Azusa on March 19th. I mean, we just got rid of y'all. Y'all came back in less than a month. Damn. Even in Santiago, they kept coming back. They tried again in 1845, another invasion attempt. The heavy fighting, the Battle of La Estrellita. September 17th, 1845, these people wouldn't go away. And then they paused for a minute. Shout out to Eyes to See and Intricately Tangled. They chilled for a minute. And then in 1849, they came back again. And this time they came deep. The Haitians came deep. They had a large invasion for a bunch of little Haitians speaking that French. But that better go get him, sapase. And it ended with Haiti's defeat at what's called the Battle of Las Caritas in April 21st, 2022 in 1849. You understand what I'm saying? And they still wasn't finished. So they waited another 6 years, and then they came back, and they had another battle in 1855 in the Battle of Saint Thomé on December 27th, right before Christmas. We're going to catch them Haitians before Christmas. They ain't going to be ready. You understand what I'm saying? And another battle after that, the Battle of Sabana Larga, 1856. And that was a decisive defeat. And that was the last major battle attempt. So they've been fighting these people. They had been fighting these people for 60 years. They had been trying to get these people out their country since 1801. And they finally got them up out the country in 1856. That's more than half a century of pressure. Somebody type pressed. They was pressed by the Haitians. All the invasions, the conquests. And these are only the documented skirmishes. So when the Dominican, somebody type trust issues. Okay, somebody type trust issues. So when the Dominicans are cautious, when they're suspicious or they're resistant, it's not paranoia. I just want y'all to put this in perspective. We got people right now who want to relive the Civil War. You know what I'm saying? We got people walking around with Confederate flags right now, and they still talking about the Civil War. This is 18. These people, that war lasted 4 years. This war for these people lasted all 55 years. And you understand what I'm saying? So by the time, you know, some of these horrible atrocities happened under Trudeau and everything, there was people that were still alive. They don't like each other. These people don't like each other. And when you add more, and see, here's the thing, family. So when Dominicans are cautious or suspicious or resistant, it's not paranoia, it's memory. It's a pattern recognition. It's the same reason Black folk don't just blindly trust white institutions in the United States. I bet y'all be hesitant if you get a white doctor and you go to the medical doctor, won't you? You got to go to the hospital and you got a medical doctor that's white. Hold on a minute, sir. Hold on a minute. It's not because you're racist, it's because we understand the Tuskegee experiments. You understand? That's why most of y'all was hesitant to take that COVID-19 test. It's gonna kill us. We know, right? And when you add more facts, family, see that Haiti they didn't recognize the DR until 1865. This is well after they fought the last battle. I guess this is 9 years after the last fight that they had. They didn't even recognize it. They was planning to come back again, probably. You understand what I'm saying? Does this paint a clearer picture for you of why these people don't like each other? You didn't even respect their independence. I mean, you contested it for decades. What does that say about you? The people got to fight you for. We were here first. You moved in. Now you want to fight us for 50 years to try to take what we have. You wasn't even here. They shouldn't have never looked. They shouldn't have never sold that land to French. You shouldn't have sold it. You shouldn't. That was a horrible rental. It's horrible. You understand what I'm saying? That's what happened. So you wonder why they got trust issues? Trust issues. And see, this history doesn't disappear just because people want a simple story. It lives in borders. It lives in entrenched policies and fears and national identity. And until people acknowledge the full record, they're never going to understand why this relationship is strained or why the Dominicans see that issue as about sovereignty and survival, not just race. I'm just saying, family. And see, here's the cold part about it. I'm not the only one that says this, man. I'm going to let y'all listen to this little Dominican lady. She's a historian. This is these people telling you their history. All right? And
because a lot of you, especially Gen Z, especially in New York City, learned a distorted version of history. And the reason why is because it's been found out that NGOs have been funding the propaganda against Dominicans and distorting our history for years. There was actually a petition signed in CUNY to boycott Dominican Studies Institute because they were lying and distorting history. So yeah, a lot of you believe that because you went to college in New York or because you went to a certain university, your degree is worth more than ours. And you know more than everybody else, including more than the Dominican people in the island. So I'm going to teach you something really quick. Because I'm about to school you guys. I am sick and tired of you guys pushing this whole belief. I know you're brainwashed, but you're going to have to wake up eventually. France was not on the island when the Spanish arrived to the island.
Why Haiti still hates the Dominican Republic. One island, two worlds. Hispaniola. One island, two nations.
And we about to wrap this thing up as soon as I'm gonna let this play for a minute, but there's a lot of information out there on this. I like to understand what's really going on. You know, I like to tea. I'm a little nosy. Somebody type Uncle D is nosy in the chat room. I want to What happened? Why y'all don't like each other? What's going on? What's the problem? Yeah, I'm a little. I just want to know. It's a naturally inquisitive mind.
Haiti to the west, Dominican Republic to the east. A shared land torn by centuries of blood, power, and pride. The colonial curse. Spain claimed the island in 1492. Later, France took the west. 2 empires, 2 languages, 2 destinies.
200 years later, okay?
One built on plantations and enslaved Africans. The other, slower to grow.
Yeah, the Haitians was catching hell over there. They were angry, okay? The Spanish was chilling over there, like, yeah, we chilling.
The fire of revolution. In 1791, Haiti ignited the world's first successful slave revolt. By 1804, it became the first Black republic.
Now, the slaves, they had slaves throughout history. There's been slaves throughout history. You can't say that. But I get what he's saying, but that's actually
a bold, free nation, but freedom came with enemies. The occupation, 1822 to 1844.
The occupation, that is the Haitians occupying the Dominicans. You understand what I'm saying? At no point did the Dominicans go over there and try and invade Haiti. They didn't want to have anything to do with it. It's always been a one way that the Haitians are coming over to the Dominican Republic trying to get their stuff and resources.
In 1822, Haiti crossed the mountains and took over the Dominican side.
Invaded. That's what they did. Invaded. They didn't cross, they invaded.
They ended slavery, but also erased culture.
They ended slavery and put them to work paying back their $20 billion debt to France.
Seized land and ruled with iron.
They ruled with iron. You know what that means? Slavery. That's what that means. That was slavery. Okay,
a new independence. In 1844, Dominicans fought back and reclaimed their side. Independence felt like liberation, not just from Haiti, but from blackness.
They said we don't have nothing to do with them black ass Haitians no more. You see why they Mino Black? Does Mino Black make sense a little bit to you, a little bit more? It sounds like trauma to me. Somebody type Mino Black. You'll be saying Mino Black too. If the Haitians came over there and took your land, wouldn't let you go to church, made you pay back their debt, took all your little farm animals, made you learn Spanish, damn French Creole. You'll be like me. I hate them black. Some of y'all say you hate them black motherfuckers right now. Some of y'all saying it right now. It's somebody right now, yo, hate them black mother. I can't stand that. Imagine the whole country being subjected to that. You know how we feel about white motherfuckers out there doing all that. That's how they felt about the Haitians. They feel the same way about the Haitians as a lot of white folk, a lot of black people feel about the white colonizers. They were colonized by black people. The Dominicans and we was colonized by white people. That's why they feel the same way. You understand? They had to fight them for 65 years, and they still wouldn't leave them alone. Does it make a little more sense now? This is in their collective history. This is why these people been fighting all the damn time. You think it's just race? They don't like them. Okay.
The deep divide.
Yeah.
From then on, Dominican identity defined itself against Haiti. Haitian equals black equals bad.
You see what I'm saying? They associate all of that trauma that they had to deal with black, even though most of them are black. You understand what I'm saying? Just like a lot of people you don't have to like what I'm saying. Where's the psychologist at? Y'all can sort that out for yourself, but they associate that with that.
Dominican equals Spanish equals better. The Parsley Massacre. Under dictator Trujillo.
Oh, now you start to see some of this kind of sound a little bit more like payback. Okay, remember we talked about the Parsley matter? I'm just saying. He was a ruthless killer. But look who they've been dealing with. This was in the collective minds of these people. Your neighbor is a killer. They slaughtered French men, women, and children. They killed some of their own mixed race, mulatto citizenship. They came over here and tried to invade us for 54 years. Okay, they did all these horrible things to us. And now they want to bring their butts over here. You see why these Dominicans keep trying to get these people out their country? I'm just saying. Do you understand a little bit? Maybe. I'm not saying it's right. It's all very against the international. It's all war crimes happening. But when you couple that with the fact that you have all these other Caribbean islands who say we don't want these Haitians either, I think things are starting to make sense. In other words, Black Americans, what I'm trying to tell you, this ain't none of our goddamn business. Okay, and you don't need to lose sleep because these people are being sent home and nobody wants them. That's all. The whole point of me saying this to you all is this is none of our Black business. You know, this is none of our foundational Black American business. I'm gonna let this play, and then we're gonna read the super chat.
The Dominican army slaughtered over 15,000 Haitians. They used the word perejil, parsley, as a death sentence. Wounds never healed. The massacre left a scar. Haitians feared the border. Dominicans feared invasion.
Yep, there you
Fear
go.
became nationalism. Nationalism became hate. Modern border, old ghosts.
Yeah, these people don't like each other. Okay, they don't like each other.
Today, thousands of Haitians cross into DR to survive. They work the hardest jobs, earn the least, and face deportation or worse.
Because they don't like each other. They have a history and they don't like each other, and it is what it is.
Who belongs? Even Haitian-descended Dominicans, born on Dominican soil, are denied citizenship. Stateless, invisible, unwanted. Two nations, one pain. Haitians remember occupation and massacre. Dominicans remember invasion and fear. Both remember blood, but rarely each other's.
Nope.
What now? Two nations, two truths, one island. History divided them. Maybe truth can begin to heal them. If you enjoy...
I mean, just in case any of y'all think it's stupid, them Palestinians and those Jewish people have been fighting each other for a long time too. So people have beef. Shout out to Black Bula, you know, and it's a collective memory thing. But either way, look here, it's time for me to read these super chats, and I got a few more things to say. I'm gonna close this thing out. But again, this whole broadcast has been for my foundational Black American brothers and sisters. This is more than you all ever plan to know about Haiti and the Dominican Republic or the Caribbean. Most of you all still don't know what the St. Kitts and Nevis is. I don't either. I've heard of it a couple of times. I'm going to have to look on a map and see if I can find it. But you know what? I want to thank the people who actually learned something. You know, I only have one request. If you learn something, I should earn something. And, you know, I'm sad because I clearly did a horrible job here because only a few people learned something. I only have Jason Mukes. Thank you, Rosalind, and also Vic. You all learned something. Thank you so much on my Cash App. And unfortunately for me, I've done a horrible job because only 16 people have learned something after this 4 hours of broadcast about a subject that none of you all would ever understand, but which probably has gone a long way to free your mind and help you understand that what your gut feeling is telling you is that this is none of your business and it's more to it than me, more to than what you see, more to meets the eye. But anyway, shout out to Mr. 43TX. Thank you so much. We got 16 super chats. Maybe if you learn something, maybe we can get another 4 super chats and get me to 20. That would be cool. I'd appreciate it. But if you didn't learn anything, I don't earn anything. I'll do better next time. Urban Eagle, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Red Sigma, we cussing family. Big Red, thank you so much, fam. I appreciate you. My girl, Penelope, thank you, Dennis, for your persistence in trying to reason with the unreasonable. It takes a strong fighter to take on such a gargantuan task. I don't have the patience. Thank God for people like you. Thank you so much. I have been hitting y'all with some very complicated conversations, and I try to be as nuanced as possible. If you followed along with this conversation, some of y'all were mad at the Haitians, okay, because the people were mad at the Haitians. And y'all was calling them Tethers, and y'all was ready for them to go home. Y'all need to get them Tethers and get them out here. And then when I got to the part about how the Dominicans was slaughtering them, then y'all was sad for the Haitians, and y'all was like, oh, that's terrible. They shouldn't do them like that. That's terrible. And then when I got to the point where I was talking about how the Haitians had did the Dominicans, then y'all was, and how they did the French, and then how they did the Dominicans, then y'all was like, damn, them some real assholes. And now you all should be emotionally drained. If I've done my job, you went from you went from bad, good, bad, good. That's great. I've done my job. I took you on this good emotional roller coaster ride through history, and I've done my job. I'm proud of me. You understand me? Let me give myself a hand clap. I'm proud of me. But anyway, thank you so much. I appreciate you, sister. We got 17 super chats. Maybe 3 more people will have learned something, and we will get 20. I blame the cats and dogs. See, here you go with the xenophobia. Lead them cats and dogs on. Shout out to Sigma Rage. Miss Alon Blanton said, Baby D, that's right. Shout out to Baby D. That's what's up, man. Thank you so much. I'm going to do some more of that stuff right there. I appreciate you. Somebody tell this lady the only black people bought racially and ethically are FBAs in America. That's right. Tell them. Also, April Thompson. Haiti is going to have to stand up for themselves, whether they like it or not. Shout out to the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Also, April Thompson, she said Haiti is going, oh, Lord, did I miss one? Okay, ascending C3G Haitians in the past enslaved the Dominicans, and the Dominicans fought for their independence. That's exactly right. That's what we talked about. And again, like I said, the Dominicans don't speak English. They speak Spanish, so you would never hear what they had to say. But clearly, these people don't like each other, and they have a good reason why not. And so they've been, I mean, Haitians keep coming over there. If I had to fight somebody for 40 years and be under threat, and then we not cool. Don't come over here. We are not cool. Also, let me see here. Stop the cap in the chat. Manifest Destiny was the cause of Louisiana Purchase. Ask the Mexicans. Right. Yeah, man, you just gotta roll with people. Shout out to Trujillo, was half Haitian through his mother. Yeah, all them people are mixed. This is great nuanced analysis. Thank you so much, Andrew FBI. I appreciate you. Eyes to see 5007. I appreciate you sharing this information. Oh, we got 18 super chats. Amazing. We got 18 people that learned something after 4 hours. Amazing. I don't feel so bad. Maybe we'll get 20 and I'll be happy. How about that? All right. Shout out to Intricately. Haitians don't tell all the history. No, they don't. Yes, somebody nasty work. That's exactly right. Nobody wants to tell this stuff that they did. Great presentation. Knowledge is power. Thank you so much. And also, Black Adula, peace and blessings, Dennis. Thank you so much, family. And let me see. I learned something. Yeah, if you learn something, I should earn something. If I didn't do a good job, oh well. But again, I'm not going to be out here making enough money to take care of myself. And I'm not going to have y'all do me like y'all did Dr. Umar Johnson. And what's that other man with all them degrees from South America? I ain't going to have y'all do me like that. So if you've been involved in a car accident, I'm going to need y'all to call me right now at 713-229-0770, because clearly, okay, with these $2 super chats, I can't even get 20 super chats after 4 hours. All right, so I need you guys to make sure that you call me at 713-229-0770 and let me represent you in a motor vehicle accident. And if I can't help you, and I know plenty of people around the country that will. And so, yeah, just call me up. I really enjoy what I do. I enjoy doing this. But again, this does not pay the bills that I need to pay. I got a lot of bills. I got kids in college and stuff. So I need to get that lawyer money. This is that good hobby money. But it does pay for the AI and all the systems that I use to get these broadcasts together. So you guys are kind of helping. You help me break even. I can keep going. It's not really making a lot of money over here, but I enjoy it. I find it interesting, and it's part of my legacy. And make sure y'all give a shout out to Baby D. Did y'all see Baby D? Did y'all see Baby D early with the shout out to Jackson 247, man. Did y'all see Baby D? I'm like, that is the cutest baby I've ever seen, man. Shout out to him. And I'm gonna bring him back when I have a few other things to say. But look, I'm gonna go ahead and let me see here. Let Let me get this super chat back up again. I mean, let me get this Cash App. We got 21 super chats. We are rolling, baby. We are rolling. All right. Y'all came strong in the end. I appreciate that. Cat used toilets, dog opens the door, both call eyes. Ah, you crazy, son. Il Jackson, thank you so much. So we came through hard in the end. All right. Well, we got a little time. I might break a record. I might get to 25 super chats. I think I did a good job. If you guys think I did a good job in this very complicated material, and you guys just let me know. Let me know. If you think I did a good job, let me know. Everybody who's watching this on the rebroadcast, sorry about taking so long to give you your shout outs. But thank you guys. Hit the number 1 button. Again, I read all the comments. I love to hear what Dominican people have to say, the Haitian people have to say. We've heard what they had to say. Again, I've tried to present the brutal aspects of both sides. Next time somebody has you celebrating somebody, I'm sure they don't celebrate Jean-Jacques Dessalines in France. He killed a bunch of women and children after the war was over, and I'm just saying, be careful who you celebrate. You don't know what kind of spirits and demons you conjuring up on that. You don't know what was on these people's. I mean, I'm just saying, yeah, it was brutal. But, everybody knows you don't do that to women and children they're women and children. We just don't do that, in my opinion, and that's not something that foundational Black Americans do. We don't do that. Even during the Buffalo Soldier days, Black men didn't slaughter women and children. You see, no matter what that military, we wouldn't do it. We conducted ourselves honorable. That's why they can still hold themselves out, Black men didn't do that. We didn't do that. As much as we hated white folk and for what they did, we didn't do all the stuff. We didn't hurt women and children. That's not in our nature. We're beautiful people for that. We're very forgiving people. And the idea that, that's why this is that jungle justice type. That ain't what we do. We're going to take them kids and raise them kids and teach them better. Okay? You just, it's crazy. But somebody said, can you please just let the video play? Nope, not gonna let the video play. What I'm gonna do is go ahead and ease on up out of here. Let me see this. We got 22 super chats. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Shout out to everybody who contributed to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. But either way, let's do this. Before we close, there's something that has to be said because context matters. All right, when when people talk about the Dominican Republic's long hostility toward Haiti without context, they miss a critical truth that this relationship was shaped long before Rafael Trujillo ever came to power. The fear, the mistrust, the hostility between these two societies didn't begin in the 1930s, okay? What Dominicans experienced was not past attention. It was repeated Haitian attempts to invade and occupy and dominate and extract labor and seize land and suppress culture and erase sovereignty over and over again. And that brutality was already normalized and suspicion was already baked in, and Trujillo didn't invent it, he inherited. It's almost like somebody hit you a bunch of times and by the time you hit you back, everybody's looking at you. And so it looks like you instigated the fight, but really you just paying back. We see it all the time on the football field. The ref calls what they see. But here's the thing, as foundational Black Americans, because this is who I'm talking about. Somebody type FBA in the chat room. As a foundational Black American, my issue has never been with acknowledging, I ain't never had a problem acknowledging that racism exists. My issue is being handed one sentence explanation for a conflict that spans centuries, wars, invasions, occupations, forced labor, land theft, debt extraction, repeated refusals to recognize sovereignty, and being told, oh, they're just racist. And that is, to me, that's lazy. It's wrong, and it doesn't help Black Americans who genuinely are trying to understand, this world honestly. Okay, and now we've actually walked through that Dominican perspective. I think it's fair to say we may owe them Dominicans a little bit of an apology because for years, we've been laughing at them. We mocked them for saying me no black, right? And we called it self-hate. And we joked about, that identity. And we treated it like confusion or denial. But based on this history, that stance may not be about just self-hate at all. On an island, the identity has often been about survival. Me no black, meaning I'm not Haitian. Because the Haitians, those are our mortal enemies at this point. You see what I'm saying? When your neighbor who's overwhelmingly black has tried to invade you and invaded and occupied multiple times, okay, for over half a century, and that's part of your collective national memory, force you to pay that debt that you didn't have anything to do with, didn't recognize your autonomy and your independence, basically colonized you, right? And has openly advanced the idea that the entire island should be under their control, then vigilance stops being ideology and it starts being scrutiny. What many of us assume was a lack of humanity on behalf of these Dominican people, right? But really they were making security calculations. Now that doesn't justify the cruelty of Trujillo. The man killed 30,000 people. He slaughtered like damn. But it explains the fear. It doesn't even the border enforcement. It explains why these Dominican societies are so hyper-focused on their sovereignty and their culture and controlling their territory. It's not just race. That's their hit. They don't want these people occupying them again. That's their lived memory. And whether they come over there peacefully and work and they don't want them there. Okay, that's their business. That is their business. But that's what happens when a people repeatedly experience invasion and occupation by the same neighbor. And here's the part that matters for us as foundational Black Americans. Even if you discount everything the Dominicans say, even if you assume, oh, they just biased, oh, hell with what Dennis is talking about, right? You still can't ignore this broader pattern. Canada don't want them. You can't come up here. Okay, well, you know what? We can discount that. Oh, that's a white country. Okay, got it. That's a white country. What about all them Caribbean nations that are black as they are that don't want Haiti over there? They rounded up 22 Haitians in Jamaica and arrested them and sent them home. They don't want them. All these other black countries don't want these people. Same thing goes for these Somalians. Now I'm just focused on the Haitians right now. But I find it mighty interesting that Black Americans have developed the same attitudes about a lot of these tethers and Black immigrants who fled to our country that many of their own homeboys do and home countries do. It's not just us. Apparently, it's not just foundational Black Americans that see these people for who they are. Now they keep picking on brothers and sisters for saying we delineating from these, we tired of dealing with, we xenophobic. No, your own people don't want to deal with you. This is the regional consensus. It's not just your neighbors. It's not, they all don't want to deal with you. And at some point it becomes fair to ask, why does nobody want these as neighbors? Why? And here we are as foundational Black Americans, very new to this thing, because we don't travel nowhere. Most Black people don't even have passports. We ain't going to Ghana. We ain't going to none of these countries. So we just now being introduced to these people. You see? And now we supposed to feel sorry for Haiti. We supposed to feel sorry for Somalia. And I'm going to jump on Somalia's ass later on this week sometime. But regarding Haiti right now, these people have been in continuous internal conflict and gang rule and political instability and violence upon violence against their own people and other people. Did you hear the person? They proud of the fact that Haiti went around to other countries waging war. You want us to go to war? You want us to go to war? Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? They're proud of the fact. Their claim to fame is that they basically, had a revolutionary war, and to end the war, they slaughtered a bunch of men and women and children who, after the war was over, who were innocent civilians. You understand what I'm saying? And then they proud of the fact, yeah, we sent troops here, we sent troops there. That's what you proud of? Very warlike people, sounds to me. Sounds like an invading force. Your neighbors don't even like you because you come over there and you occupy. It's the same attitude that we have. That's that arrogance that foundational Black Americans see. And we see the same thing in these Somalians. Look, family, nobody forces a society to fight itself. Nobody makes leaders exploit their own population. That's not something outsiders can cause forever. At some point, responsibility becomes internal. And for years, foundational Black Americans assumed that this was all about race. You know, we didn't want to seem xenophobic, but clearly it's more complex. And Africans were on that particular island before Haiti existed. Black people were there before the French arrived. And Dominicans know what Black is. But when Black became tied to invasion and occupation and forced identity and a constitution that erased the difference between by decree, it makes sense why these Dominicans rejected being folded into that framework, that different culture, different history, different memory. And that deserves respect. So as foundational Black Americans, you know, here's the thing, you know, we're not here to carry nobody else's burden. You understand? And we're going to be done being guilted into ignoring people's history. We're going to be done being told to override our instincts about people in the name of, racial unity, or Black racial unity. You understand? We're going to make some calculations. It's not hatred. It's not, this is discernment. This is self-respect. And once you actually understand history, the fear and the pattern, our position stop looking cold. It starts looking rational. Now, here we go. Let me bring this thing on home. Let me start off by saying, we don't care. Foundational Black Americans said, look, we're not carrying your burden anymore. It's not because we lack compassion. It's because something in our soul has us having a better understanding of what's really going on. It's because we see reality clearly. Clearly, the United States is closing its doors. Canada's closing its doors. Caribbean nations are closing their doors. Everybody sees that Europe is closing its doors. Everybody sees the same strain, the same instability, and the same limits. Yet somehow, only foundational Black Americans expect to feel guilty for saying it out loud. We're not confused. We're not heartless. We're being honest. Look, temporary protected status, or whatever reason you are in this country, if you didn't come here the right way, you got to pay the price. The jig is up. But as far as TPS, it's called temporary because it was never meant to be permanent. And see, trying to run a guilt trip on us is not a policy solution. Trying to get us to get out there and fight with ICE on your behalf, that ain't gonna happen. And I hope that after this broadcast, right, I think it's fair to say our apprehension was justified about all of these immigrants, whether we talking about Latino immigrants, Asian immigrants, Black immigrants, they have all practiced some sort of anti-Black, intra-racial animosity towards us. And our experiences are justified because when you look at these histories of these people, our instincts were right. This is not just foundational Black Americans saying enough of this is enough, send these people home. This is the reality playing out across the entire Black diaspora. Other Black countries don't want Haitians. Other Black countries don't want Somalians. Haitians own Caribbean neighbors don't want them. Africans don't want Somalians, and they're next to each other. When you talk about the Caribbean islands, they're refusing these people. Canada don't want them. Shout out to Torrin Jones. And like I said, when it comes to the Somalis, you heard it directly from the Africans. They don't trust them. They don't want to be around them either. So let's stop pretending that it's just Black Americans' problem. Stop calling us xenophobic Stop telling us that we're anti-black or whatever because we want to delineate from you people. Your own people that know you don't want to be around you. See, what we're seeing is a pattern. These groups have been openly tribalistic. They've been warlike. They've come to our country, benefited from our struggle, our culture, and our political capital, and then turn around and try to exclude us, and they disrespected us, and they talked down to us. They didn't unify with us. We wanted these people to unify with us. We part of the civil rights movement was the Hart-Celler Act. We wanted to bring these people over here in 1965. We thought, okay, brother, come on in. We can get down with each other. Pan-Africanism has been a one-way street. I don't care how many times that little boy go over there to Africa. I show speed. I don't care how many times he go over there. We are not the same people. Different experiences, different cultures. We half a millennia removed from each other. They don't want to unify with us. If they did want to unify with us, they would have. They don't stand with us. Now, of course, we got some friends, individual friends. Hey, man, run that, man. If you got some cool Caribbean friends and African friends, man, eat the food, enjoy them people, man. I know I got some cool Haitian friends I'm cool with. I done fell out with a lot of people, but I don't give a damn. I'm telling the truth. I'm still here. I got Nigerians, Ghanaians, got Dominicans, I got Haitians. I don't care. I'm going to tell this truth. You're going to get this work. You don't stand with us as a collective. It's different on an individual basis. You can have individual friends, but when it comes to group dynamics, you don't stand with us. Same thing go for the Latinos and everybody else. I got some cool Mexican homie SAs. Love them to death. And they might be cool with me, but group to group, it ain't the same. They don't stand with us. And now, when the consequences arrive, they want Black Americans to come rescue them from ICE. Hell no. And see, at some point, people have to reap what they sow. If your own Caribbean brothers and your own African brothers and sisters don't trust you, if your own neighboring countries won't take you in, if other Black nations won't absorb you, even if our friendly neighbor to the north, Canada, is saying no, then maybe, just maybe, the issue isn't Black Americans. Maybe we're not xenophobic. Okay? Maybe it's just that nobody wants fleeing Tethers in their country. So why should we? If we're not obligated to carry everyone, we are not. We can't do it. We're not required to sacrifice our community, our resources, and our future for people who never saw us as family in the first place. Somebody type Akata in the chat room. Somebody type cultureless in the chat room. And I think I can speak on behalf of, I'm not going to say I'll speak on behalf of all foundational Black Americans. I can speak on behalf of a lot of them. When I tell you that we are tired of being guilted into solving problems that are not ours, especially people who have shown us nothing but hostility. It's not hatred. It's self-respect that I'm showing. And it's time to protect our people and our culture and our future and send these folk home. This is Uncle D. I love you all. I appreciate everybody. And as I always say at this time, I'm out.
In the Spurling podcast. Hit the like button, subscribe.
Mm-hmm.